Study session for the Aurora City Council for Monday, August 16, 2021 is called to order. Would the clerk please read the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Here.
Councilmember Berzins?
Here.
Councilmember Coombs?
Present.
Councilmember Gardner?
Here.
Councilmember Gruber?
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Here.
Councilmember Lawson?
Here.
Councilmember Marcano?
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Present.
There's a quorum.
Would the clerk please direct his staff to do the announcement for the call-in line?
Thank you for joining tonight's Aurora City Council study session. If you are listening on the phone, please note public comments are not taken during study sessions. The phone line is in listen-only mode. The council does welcome comments from residents at regular council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. On those nights, the phone line will open at 6 p.m. to sign up for public comment. Thank you.
I would, without objection, I would like to move item number 4A, the CP21 report to the beginning of the calendar, beginning of the agenda. Is there any objection?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, no objection, but is it possible, I know this is unusual during study session, but just take a moment of silence for the Afghan people or military that are being deployed there now?
Very well. Without objection, we will take a moment of silence to pray for the people of Afghanistan and our military personnel who are trying to extract the U.S. Citizens and allies of the United States out of the country. A moment of silence. Very well. Please proceed with CP21 report.
Jessica, this is Tim Twombly. Who's going to lead off with this?
I believe Sean Smoot is leading, and he's been talking, but perhaps he's on mute. Sean, can we test your camera or your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager Twombly, members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. My name is Sean Smoot. I'm the managing partner of 21CP Solutions. First, let me start at the outset as a United States Army veteran myself, thanking you for the moment of silence to start this meeting. 21CP Solutions is a company that was founded by myself, Charles Ramsey, who's you'll be hearing from later in our presentation, and Roberto Villasenor. The three of us worked together on President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. When that work concluded, decided to move forward with forming a company and starting direct consulting work for police departments across the United States and across the globe. We do consent decree monitoring work, assessment work, like the work that we've done for the Aurora Police Department and the report that you received a few days ago, and a myriad of other consultancies related to public safety around the country. I'm going to lead off our presentation today just by introducing myself, and each member of our team will introduce themselves when they first speak. I am an attorney by training, a former law enforcement officer from the state of Illinois. I've worked in and around policing for almost 30 years now. I've had the incredible opportunities to work with folks in police reform, and particularly with Chief Ramsey. I served on the executive session at Harvard's Kennedy School. For 6 years, I served on the President's Task Force on 21st Century, of course, and I serve on consent decree monitoring teams in the city of Cleveland and the city of Baltimore, and also have assisted the city of Seattle in completing their consent decree on accountability. Each of us will discuss a different aspect of our report. And let me just say at the outset, we'll be giving you a high level view of the report. Clearly, as you've probably seen, if you've had an opportunity to look at it, the report is voluminous. It includes over 160 pages. We make 48 overarching recommendations. And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to say a few thank yous to the folks in Aurora who really helped contribute to our work. And I should say this too. It was very courageous in my view, and I'm also a former elected alderman. For city management, elected officials, and in particular police departments, to bring in an outside entity to take a look at what they're doing and make recommendations on ways to improve. Not a lot of police departments do that, and I think that the city of Aurora and the Aurora Police Department should be lauded for doing so. And I know that this is not the only assessment that the city and its police department have undergone in the past 24 months, and I think it's really commendable that they've been willing to welcome us in. And I should say, for your benefit, we received complete cooperation from the police department and from the city manager's office and all of the city officials that we talked to, some of which were in fact some of you. And so I want to just on behalf of our company thank all of you and everyone that we talked to. We talked to over 220 folks inside the city police department, inside the city administration, the Civil Service Commission, and in the community. And I believe what you have is a very good product as a result of all of the contacts that we made. Our report is broken down into 6 areas. I will say some of the issues that we address overlap with other efforts that the city has made and the department has made in terms of self-assessment. In particular, some of these things overlap with the report that was done in response to the unfortunate death of Elijah McClain. I also am aware that the city is has been undergoing an investigation by the Attorney General's office. I will say at the outset, we have not seen any documents related to that investigation. Although we strongly believe that our findings that are included in this report will be consistent with any findings that are done by an outside entity. The areas that we will address, give you an overview of tonight will be critical operations, community engagement and participation, organization and command structure, the selection, supervision, and support of personnel, accountability, and equipment, technology, and data systems. Let me now introduce my colleague, Charles Ramsey, Chuck, would you introduce yourself and lead us through the recommendations with regard to critical operations?
Thanks, Sean. Chuck Ramsey here. I'm a partner at 21CP. Good evening. I guess it's evening for me and probably late afternoon for some of you, maybe. If I have my time change correct. Anyway, let me tell you a little something about myself. I've been in policing my entire adult life. I spent 30 years as a member of the Chicago Police Department, starting in 68 as a police cadet. I rose to the rank of deputy superintendent. And in 1998, I left to become police chief in Washington, D.C., where I served nearly 9 years. I then left D.C., retired very briefly, and then came back into service, where I served as police commissioner in Philadelphia for 8 years with Mayor Michael Nutter. Currently, like Sean, I am a member of the monitoring team in Baltimore and in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm an advisor to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I chair the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency for Governor Tom Wolf here in Pennsylvania. And I also had the honor of serving as co-chair of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing back in 2015. I've been asked to cover a very critical area of police operations, beginning with use of force. Before I get into use of force, let me just kind of give you just a little bit of background in that particular area. That's one of the most critical areas of operation for any police department. We took a look at data that the department provided to us from 2016 through 2020. Now, there are a couple different ways of looking at data as it relates to use of force. One is looking at it by incident, which is an incident is defined as an encounter involving an officer in a distinct individual. So it's an incident, one incident. You also look at it through something called application. Application means the type of force that's being used. You can have one incident and you can have more than one application. For an example, you can have a use of force incident that involves the takedown of an individual, the use of control holds, perhaps the use of a taser. That would all be one incident, but it would be multiple applications of force. And of course, if you have multiple officers, then obviously you're going to have even more applications of force. The Aurora PD uses a way of categorizing uses of force, very similar to what a lot of departments do. They have 3 different tiers. The most serious is tier 3. That is a use of deadly force or potentially deadly force, a force that could lead to very serious injury to a suspect. Tier 2 is more of a mid-level. That's use of an impact weapon, for an example, a baton, a taser, something like that. It causes injury, but it doesn't cause hospitalization. And of course, tier 1 is your lesser use of force. There's no injury to the suspect. There could be some pain using control holds and things of that nature. The good news is that from 2016 through 2020, there's been a steady decline in the use of force in the Aurora PD. Now, 2020, we did take a look at, but we all know that was an unusual year because of COVID. There was a reduced number of calls for service, but it was still a reduction in use of force. But 2020 is a year that really is going to stand out across the country as it relates to police departments and their reporting of crime and uses of force. The first recommendation we made was that the policies need to be revised. There needs to be more specificity in terms of the guidance for officers. That first recommendation has 14 different subsets, just to show you the complexity of this whole area of use of force. Right now, with the department, you have at least 10 different directives that cover use of force in your directives manual, chapter 5 of the directives manual. So it's spread out. And what you really need is something a lot more focused. Again, it needs to be streamlined. There needs to be more emphasis on de-escalation. They need to define the various terms. A lot of what we saw when we went through the directives was really a repeat of Colorado law. It really was not as specific as it should be to give officers the kind of clarity in terms of direction that they need to have. One thing that I didn't mention earlier, but I think is important in taking a look at overarching issues in use of force, we did see disparity in terms of force being applied, particularly toward African Americans. African Americans make up, at least African American males, make up 9% of your population, but they're like 29% of the use of force cases. And so that's something we got to dig a little deeper to take a look at. And we'll talk about a little later on in another part of the presentation around stop data and things of that nature. But we do need to take a little deeper dive as it relates to that. Policy is one thing, but policy drives your training. And training really needs to be revised. It really does need to focus more on decision making. Many departments have had the traditional use of force continuum, we call it, a way of looking at force from a lower level all the way up to and including deadly force. But now departments are really starting to take a look at a decision-making model that's really reflective of best practices. And we recommend that Aurora really take a strong look at something like that and also incorporate reality-based training as part of that to reinforce their use of force training to help officers as they make decisions and really challenge them to make sure that they're making good, solid decisions when they're out on the street. The policies and procedures for your force review board to make sure it's objective, fair, and comprehensive whenever a use of force is reported, to make sure that the following investigation is thorough, complete, and objective. The directives manual, I already mentioned, they really do need to be more scenario-based training. And also, when you talk about stops, detentions, and arrests, really we're not capturing, or you're not really capturing any data as it relates to non-consensual stops. In other words, people that are being stopped on the street, this isn't part of community policing or anything, there's reasonable suspicion to believe that an individual either has committed or is about to commit a crime of some kind. You have to capture that information, properly record it. What were the circumstances surrounding that particular stop? What's the sex of the individual, the race of the individual, all those kinds of things. That way, capturing that kind of data allows you to be able to analyze it to make sure that you don't have a problem in terms of bias policing when it comes to the way in which officers interact with members of the public, even under circumstances where they have to actually challenge individuals on the street for whatever reason. So they definitely need to be documenting that. And right now, that's really not happening the way it ought to. The next slide is around bias policing. I already touched on that a bit. Again, that data is going to give you the ability to be able to really monitor and make sure that you don't have a problem in any individual officer, or you start to see a pattern emerge where it looks as if officers are engaged in biased policing of any kind. Crisis intervention, you have a crisis response team within Aurora PD, a very good crisis response team that handles the bulk of the calls for people that are going through some kind of crisis. Mental health is the one that's more common. Give you an example of the volume of work that they do. Over a 20-month period that we looked at, there were like 3,300 calls for service that your crisis response team actually responded to. You also have officers that have undergone training, a crisis intervention team training. That's based on a model that was developed in Memphis, Tennessee. It's 40 hours worth of training, and it really does focus on de-escalation, identifying individuals that are going through a mental health crisis, and are or under extreme stress, and being able to de-escalate the situation so it can be resolved without having to resort to any kind of force at all. You do have many officers that have undergone CIT training, but they're not being used as effectively as perhaps they could be. There is a requirement to obviously notify CRT, crisis response team, in certain situations, but you really do need to take advantage of your CIT trained members as well to be able to fill that void, that gap when CRT is not available. The CIT trained officers ought to be integrated more. The chief does want to expand crisis response, does want to work more toward getting your CIT officers more involved, and I think that's really a positive direction to move in. With that, let me turn things over to Jessica Drake, who's going to talk to you about community engagement and participation.
Thank you. First, I'm going to allow Sean Smoot a moment to speak. Sean, I believe you're muted.
Thanks, Jess. Real quick before Jessica starts on community engagement participation, I do want to make a note, and I meant to mention this at the outset. You know, oftentimes we do these assessments and present reports, and folks get the sense or feeling that we're accentuating the negative only. And I just want to be clear for the council and those listening in particular, that you know, you should know that as our work unfolded and we had discussions with the police department, the chief, the city manager, and others, the department actually has started implementing some of our recommendations of their own volition and in key areas, including use of force, accountability, and an area that Chuck spoke about in significant detail, and an area which most, if not all, police departments struggle with, which is good data collection and analysis. So we do want to make sure that we are giving you a balanced view of the city and of the police department. And I meant to mention that before we got started. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do so now. Jessica, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Sean. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Drake. I've been with 21CP since their inception, but before that, I started my career working with returning citizen populations in East Baltimore. Through that, I got an in-depth look at where community policing did and didn't work for my home community, and found myself working on a national stage with the Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing as a grantee to help identify emerging issues in that field. My career led me to supporting the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing and logistics, providing technical support and helping to write the final document, as well as the implementation guide that came out after. In the years since, I've helped in a number of different reform spaces with 21CP, including in university campuses in major cities across the nation. I currently serve on the Baltimore Consent Decree monitoring team, and I've been really happy to be a part of program management with the Aurora project and learn about your wonderful community. So to get started in community policing, let me just say again that 21CP met with a number of community stakeholders in the creation of this report. Roughly 220 interviews were conducted with APD staff, officers, command, community members, task force members, city council members, educators, faith-based leaders, youth representatives, and community organizations. We listened. We heard stories of success and heroism from APD. We heard stories of fear and pain from communities that felt targeted based on their race or gender. We learned about strong police community partnerships and where they fell short. We heard the gamut, but where we heard repeated themes reoccurring, and based on our knowledge of national best practices in community policing, public safety, and the truest intentions of what community policing was meant to be in its early design, this is where we focused our recommendations in community engagement and participation. Aurora has, in the space of public task forces and thinking through community listening, Aurora has appeared to develop a wealth of community task force related to policing and public safety issues over the years. However, both city leaders and members of the community indicated to 21CP that the various bodies that have been less effective in building relationships between the community and the police, or at identifying and implementing specific solutions to the problems. Largely because there are so many groups that they work in silos and on different issues at different times. And that often when there are differing opinions on the same issue, when they arise, it's hard to consider how it all aligns. This leaves the APD in the position of determining whose opinion to prioritize when setting policy. These dynamics, as well as others within Aurora's task forces and communities, mean that even as the city structurally is attempting to engage in substantive community listening and building on issues relating to policing and public safety, many Aurora residents do not feel like those structures adequately reflect their views and allow their participation. 21CP recommends that Aurora should ensure that community policing task forces or something of the like serve as a permanent and standing body going forward that leads the city in creating a new shared vision of public safety in Aurora. Among other primary tasks, it should be responsible for helping to facilitate with the input from Aurora's diverse stakeholders and communities on a definition of public safety in Aurora that really defines the roles and responsibilities of the police department and the roles and responsibilities of other government and city stakeholders with respect to community safety and well-being. It should also help in the creation and maintenance of a community safety plan geared towards translating Aurora's vision of public safety into operational milestones, deliverables, and deadlines. They should convene regularly with listening sessions that incorporate relevant stakeholders, but also subject matter experts to really explain critical issues so that as they build the community safety plan, they're hyper informed. And it should coordinate across Aurora's many government and institutional stakeholders on issues relating to public safety. The Police Area Representatives Unit, known as PAR, and the Community Relations Unit have a unique role in the Aurora Police Department. The PAR unit was created to engage deeper problem solving throughout the communities of Aurora. The unit's efforts are meant to engage in an active relationship building and community-based problem solving based on their directives and their manual in a manner that can promote to improve quality of life and decrease crime and violence in Aurora. Although this is a valued unit in its design, many residents felt like they couldn't identify their PAR officers, and those that did felt that due to COVID, that relationship had really faltered. As 21CP analyzed this gap in understanding around community engagement and problem solving in the community, we learned more broadly that the PAR officers themselves see their role more as a tool for their fellow patrolmen, more that they are a resource than that they are a resource for the community. PAR officers report being required to handle everything from parking violations and animal control issues to homelessness challenges, while also serving as conduits to various city entities in order to allow their peers to be more readily available to move from call to call. Chief Wilson recently created APD's Community Relations section in January 2021. This section includes recruiting, community relations officers, Aurora for Youth programs, police explorers, and the Chief's Community Police Advisory Team, and the Chief's Youth Advisory Team. 21CP understands that this is a new section is tasked with leading community engagement and problem solving at APD going forward. At present, the Community Relations Unit was too new for us to really meaningfully review and evaluate. However, the amount of programming that the group has planned and the growth of its activities is super encouraging, and we're really excited to see it. We recommend, to the extent that the Police Area Representative Unit and the Community Relations sections remain core elements of community engagement strategy, APD should really endeavor to enhance the quality and impact of those units. We also recommend that APD should provide PAR officers with annual training on key community problem-solving topics to ensure that all the unit officers develop in-depth skills relating to best practices in community-centered and problem-solving approaches. We also want to note that APD should provide formalized and regular mechanisms for PAR officers and the community relations unit to share their expertise, experience, and community relationships with the broader department. This should not remain a silo effort. They should include everyone in the department in the context of their role and really do in-service trainings for everyone based on their unique skills. In conclusion, Aurora has a number of stakeholders who raised community issues and problems that may not be required of an armed police officer response and are therefore immediately ripe for alternative responses systems that do not relate to APD, but are not limited to crisis intervention, traffic accidents, response to residential and commercial alarms, property considerations, and welfare checks. In discussions with APD and command staff and city leadership, 21CP learned about some early initiatives aimed at identifying community needs that may be best situated for responses that do not involve sworn APD personnel, and we are encouraged by that effort. I'll turn now to my colleague, Nola Joyce, who will walk you through organization and command structure. Nola?
Thanks, Jessica. So I'm going to very briefly introduce myself and just say I followed Chuck Ramsey in my career. I too started out in the Chicago Police Department as Deputy Director for Research and Development. I joined him in Washington, D.C. As the Senior Executive Director and Chief Administrative Officer for that department, and was convinced to join him once again up in Philadelphia as I retired there as a deputy commissioner. Two things about my career I want to point out. One is the unique ability to have worked in three very large and important agencies, departments. And secondly, that my career was one of being a civilian. Throughout. I never was a sworn officer, always worked as a civilian, and as such, I came into policing as an outsider working in the inside, and that allowed me to develop a unique perspective, and I think also contributed to some of the efforts there in those three departments. I'm also a partner with 21CP, and like Chuck and Sean and Jessica have worked across the country on many projects. So I'm going to talk about organization and command structure. Whenever their department is going through rapid changes, such as Aurora, it's not unusual to find that their directives lag behind what has been changed. That's understandable, but we're just pointing this out and urging that the directives get updated and reflect recent changes, and at minimum, that an order come out of the chief's office making clear what is the current organizational structure and any directive changes. The crime analysis function is so critical in a modern day police department, especially as resources begin to dwindle and demand doesn't. This recommendation really looked at recommending a supervisory analyst, which we understand has been brought on board by the city. And one of the roles or functions of this supervisor should be of coordination across all the analysts, which are assigned to various units, ensuring quality control of both the data sets that are used and the data and reports that are produced, ensuring that sufficient training and onboarding occurs for the analyst throughout their career, and coordinating efforts. Certainly having analysts assigned to various units is a good thing, but it's what has to happen is that coordination across units. This next recommendation, really, we discovered that there have been numerous studies, or several studies, already in existence that the police department asked to be undertaken. So, for example, there was a study by the Novak consulting department that looked at staffing and the staffing levels and staffing plan. Although it's a 2018 study, there are really quite a few recommendations in there we think should be brought back and revisited. Our experience also suggests that the workload very seldom changes in a department unless the department makes significant changes in how the work is done. So the point being that although this study is a few years old, we think it's worth revisiting, especially by a small work group to determine if any of those recommendations should be part of this overall change effort that's currently underway. We also are suggesting that the police department look at both non-sworn and external applicants to fill command staff vacancies. We understand that, again, as Sean said, has already been done to some extent. And we just encourage that continues when there's a vacancy. Reason being, if you look at the pipeline inside the Aurora Police Department for diversity is not very promising because you don't have them in the lower, you don't have diversity in the lower ranks. And this is one way to increase diversity in the department at the top ranks quickly. We also are recommending that the department actually codify in policy the process for selecting commanders and division chiefs. The reason for this is for transparency both within the department and with the community about how individuals are selected for command. And secondly, inside the department, it's really important for people to understand how these positions are filled. The other piece that perhaps Chuck may want to talk a little bit more about is the leadership program for the command staff.
Yeah, thanks, Nola. You know, this is an area that departments around the country, for the most part, could improve on, and that is developing talent within their own organization, leadership development at all levels within the organization. That gives you that broader pool, that more diverse pool that you need for individuals to step up into the top leadership positions. And one of the things that we certainly recommend is that APD implement a leadership and professional development program for command staff, but I would argue also for other levels within the department as well, first line, mid managers, and so forth. And that's for both sworn and civilian. Again, it is not just about the sworn side. There are many parts of policing now that really you need to have qualified professional civilian staff to be able to step into these various positions like forensics and things of that nature. So that's one of our recommendations. Also, something we heard from the various focus groups of officers is that they want to see their command staff a lot more often out on the street and visiting roll calls. And so just increasing the level of visibility throughout the department is something that we feel is also important. So, Nola?
Yep, back to me.
Back to you.
So related to this is the selection of officers, so including both recruitment and hiring. Thank you, Jessica. And, you know, this is not new news. The diversity of APD does not reflect at all the population of Aurora, and work needs to be done to bring that better in line. So, for example, we don't think that recruitment can be or should be the responsibility of only the police department, especially for people in the police department. That the need here is so great and so important that it is not just a police department responsibility, but it should also be a citywide responsibility. By that, I mean, everyone has a role in recruitment, including Civil Service Commission, the city, the community, and the businesses, because it's everybody's good to recruit and hire a diverse, qualified police department. And so we also think that the Civil Service Commission really needs to take a review of the current hiring criteria. I know the council has heard from the Civil Service Commission about their process and have heard the results of their own internal study. But just to point out again, between 2018 and 2020, there were like 5,964 applicants. So the recruitment was happening. 183 people were hired. That's 3% of the total applicants. And then when you look at it by race, fewer than 1% of the African-American applicants and 2.4% of the Hispanic applicants made it through the hiring process. And where the biggest dropout occurred, especially for the African-American population, and I think you can go on, Jessica, is in the area of suitability interview, polygraph, and full background. And we really encourage that those areas get looked at in detail by every step, every criteria that is used to decide whether an applicant is suitable or not, and to determine the impact on hiring a greater diversity into the police department. Certainly, we're not at all suggesting that one should lower standards, but that sometimes as society changes, we need to step back and look at the standards we use and see if they're still suitable for today's environment. And finally, I think it's fair to say that as a profession, the police departments tend to do a decent job of selecting people out of the profession, but we do a really poor job of selecting the right people into it. And that's a different orientation, and one I think we should explore even more so. The FTO program. The FTO program is the basis of the future of the APD, not only for the officer in training and how he or she will perform their job on the street, but also it's through the FTO program that formal and informal culture of a police department is transmitted. Many of the changes, recommendations that we've made in this report, the police department has already taken steps to implement, and we want to acknowledge and I think those are very good steps as they move forward.
Sean?
Thanks. Thanks, Nola. And let me just say, and this makes a very good segue into accountability. I just would direct your attention to, with regard to what Nola was talking about in terms of recruiting and hiring and the Civil Service Commission role in that process, recommendation 41 in our report, which says that the City of Aurora should examine its Civil Service Commission to ensure hiring and disciplinary decisions that are fair, efficient, timely, equitable, and consistent with the mission and goals of the city, the police department, and the community. We had a lot of discussion with the Civil Service Commission and got great cooperation from the Civil Service Commission staff. They spent a lot of time with myself and other of our consultants explaining their processes. And this is not in any way, shape, or form a statement that should be seen as an indictment of the Civil Service Commission or its staff. However, realigning Aurora with national best practices in the 21st century, we strongly believe that the city and the police department should work with the Civil Service Commission and the city administration, in particular the human resources director, as well as the community and the police organizations and the police union to realign its systems, not just with regard to handling disciplinary cases, but with regard to hiring as well. And I know that's a heavy lift. We've talked about it. We talked to the Civil Service Commission's attorney. We've talked to the city's attorney. And for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the city charter, we understand that there's a significant amount of effort involved in making changes. But that doesn't mean they're not worth attempting. And let me just shift into the accountability work. The police department has been really since we started this work, making efforts to reduce the amount of time it takes for complaints to be investigated and move through the review system for final disposition. The fact of the matter is, we spoke to folks in the police department's administration, people in the community, people in the city administration, and a lot of police officers who work for the city, all of whom expressed a good deal of frustration, and it might be a great deal of frustration with the process when it comes to reviewing officer allegations of officer misconduct, just in terms of the timing and the length of time, and kind of the current process is one which is very complicated and not well understood, even by people within the police department. And so we really feel, and our report goes into some very significant detail of the ways in which the system is challenged and ought to be improved. But this is an effort that will require a significant amount of time and effort on behalf of all of the parties that I just named. The police union, the community, the city administration, and the Civil Service Commission. But it is something that really needs to be done. Your current system, just in its own structure and the amount of time it takes for complaints to move through the process, is not well grounded in procedural justice theory for the complainant or for the officer upon whose a complaint has been made. And this is something that can be fixed, and there are a lot of good models, and I think we give some good guidance in the report on that as well. I will note the department has done a significant amount of work, as I said, in improving the timing within the system that currently exists. They don't control the entire system. And this really is going to require people kind of putting their shoulder into it and being willing to have some honest but difficult conversations about the roles and interplay of the various players in the system. So beyond that, we strongly feel, and just to really highlight the kind of things that we're talking about. In most police departments, there are very significant and fairly strict timelines that are codified in policy and procedure for the different stages of investigations. Those timelines are what's really kind of needed, and they should be timelines that all the parties agree are realistic and can get done. It's very damaging to the relationship between the community and the police department and the police officers who work for the police department, for there to be a feeling or sense in the community that complaints aren't treated seriously, to see complaints that are not adjudicated, or where there is not a disposition reached, in some cases for several months up to and over a year. That really erodes the trust that is necessary for the public to feel the police department is acting in a way that's is procedurally just. And so we really feel that the key components are outlined in our report, and there's a clear direction that the city can move, and we certainly would be happy to discuss those things further with the city and the players if they desired us to do so. I'll go ahead and hand the mantle back over to Nola, and then we will be happy to answer questions if you have any. Go ahead, Nola.
So just very simply here, the two recommendations that we're highlighting is the need to really, and this again, just not the Aurora Police Department, but also with the city, to do an assessment of current technology needs, identify priorities, including the maintenance and replacement of technology, and to have that become part of the budget process. Similarly, we suggest the same thing for facilities and equipment. Often police departments will buy, whether it's technology or equipment, and it's a one and done, but that's not the case, because there's always need for maintenance and replacement. And with facilities, the need to, again, it's maintenance and perhaps upgrades, especially as you begin to look at how you want the police department to interface with the community in the future and what that means for facilities.
Thanks, Nola. So at this point, we will, I'm not sure if the mayor will
I'll take
the helm.
I will take the helm. Let me ask the first question, and that is, can you go over it again why you want some of the positions in the chain of command for uniform post-certified officers to be replaced by civilians?
So I'll jump in first, and then others please do the same. So I'm a civilian, and I've experienced that. I think there's two myths within the policing profession. One is if you've never been sworn, if you've never had a gun and you've never had a badge, then you cannot understand anything that goes on inside the police department. And that's a myth. Because all it takes is sufficient onboarding and understanding of how a police department works. And so I really think that the civilian positions and individuals can do several things. First, when we talk about diversity, certainly we're talking about race, ethnic background, gender, but also diversity in thought. The police department, not just Aurora, but across the country, there's only two ways somebody can join the police department. Only two places: at the very bottom as a police officer, or at the very top as a chief. Otherwise, you grow them from the inside. Well, you kind of inbreed the culture. You have a stagnant orientation, and you begin to develop groupthink. So by bringing in outsiders, civilians, among others, you kind of break that groupthink down. Secondly, what you do is you bring into the department people who already have skills that you don't have to teach. Oftentimes, perhaps, a police officer didn't join a department to become a crime analyst. He joined the police department to be a police officer. Or he didn't join a police department to be a paper pusher in a back office. He joined it to be a police officer. So I would argue and suggest that in any police department, a good majority of the back office work, that is any job that does not require a face-to-face relationship with the community and a gun and a badge to do the job, could be done by a civilian. And that also frees up your sworn officers to do the job that they were hired to do.
Okay, I understand. I thought you were taking positions that would traditionally be being done in a leadership role where uniform officers were supervising uniform officers, but in a strictly law enforcement role. So you're not saying that. Okay. Okay. Further questions of staff? I mean, of presenters?
Yes.
Sorry, who's Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and thank you for the presentation and the report, very thorough. A lot of reading to do. But I did have a question. You did note in your report our population and our population growth, which actually seems a little bit low on the growth part. But I don't know if I missed it in the report. Did you address how to deal with our increased crime in terms of, current staffing levels? Because I am concerned that we've lost, you probably know, we've lost a lot of officers last year and it continued to this year. And then as a council member, I get a lot of constituents that contact me about the rising crime and what are we doing about it. So it's just, did you address that at all?
We did in a few areas, and let me talk about a little bit about hiring and recruiting first. And
okay.
That's a national trend, and we were. It's our understanding that just in the last, I think, 3 or 4 months, the Aurora Police Department has lost 25 officers.
I've heard 80. I've heard 80.
I mean, just in the last, I think since April, maybe 25. Oh. In the last year, I think it's your number is closer, and that is a national trend. You have a few things that are unique about Colorado in particular, not necessarily just Aurora, but certainly some changes in state statute that folks that do police work are viewing in a very negative sense with regard to things like qualified immunity are certainly I think causing some people in policing to either reassess whether they want to be police or reassess if they want to work in a different jurisdiction. And we're seeing that trend not just in Colorado, but in other states where there's been significant police reform legislation, for instance. The other thing is you're also being affected by a very significant negative public image in nationwide of policing. Everyone is familiar with the George Floyd death, and that and a number of other incidents have brought policing under a great deal of scrutiny, but also, frankly, painted police in a bad light. And that in some cases is deserved, but in many cases is also not deserved. But unfortunately, I'm an attorney. When there's news of an attorney that has stolen a client's money or something, like, all attorneys are kind of painted with that brush, and I think you're battling that as well.
Right. But as far as addressing the violent crime, and we had a joint operation recently that was very successful, but my concern is the reduction of our police officers and being able to address that violent crime, because that is probably the number one thing I hear from my constituents, their concerns.
Yeah, and I think that's and again, there's a crime is up everywhere, and that is also a national trend. And I think that we've had a lot of discussions with the chief and with the executive staff about strategies that will not only improve the police department, but also help in reducing violent crime. We were not asked specifically to target violence reduction. We have done that kind of work in other places. In fact, NOLA is one of the nation's top experts on the reduction of violent crime. and does a lot of work for the United States Department of Justice on that. So we didn't look at a specific programming to do that. But we are certainly happy to do that. And we have, I believe there's a piece of our contract that includes public safety consulting. And we would be happy to
well, I guess maybe I'll ask it a different way, since you didn't, I understand you didn't study that, you know, how to decrease crime, but being that you did look at our operations and our staffing levels, so, you know, detectives and patrolling and gang units, narcotics, do you think we're sufficiently staffed to handle the increased crime?
So Sean, if I can jump in.
Go ahead.
And then maybe Chuck. So the way what's happening across the country is really what we've learned is that we have to focus. We have to focus our resources and not do the shotgun approach. And by that I mean, for example, and I think Aurora does this, but identifying those hot locations. So, you know, where is the crime happening? Within those hot locations, who are the hot offenders? Who are the people who are committing the violent offenses? And then focusing resources then in those violent places on those violent people, but not just APD resources, but coordinating across the system, meaning that bringing in probation and parole, for example, working with the district attorney about prosecution strategies, reaching out to federal partners such as ATF, which has been a great partner across the country when it comes to looking at fire shootings and homicides, as well as the FBI. And really developing a coordinated strategy across the system, focusing on, like I have said, hot places and hot people. That's how other places have found a way of reducing violence by using the resources that currently exist through leveraging them and coordinating them. I think, again, this is probably old numbers now, but when we looked at it, you had about 50% roughly of your police officers assigned to patrol. The benchmark is closer to 60%. Also, it appears when you look at the staffing is that you may have, the police department may have some gaps in staffing and like the lieutenant rank, and may have too many, and I'm not saying they do because I haven't done that deep of a dive, but they might want to take a look at the command staff and see if there's, you know, too much command, not enough down in the captain and lieutenant. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But those are so the way to look at it is, yes, you want to hire up where you can. You want to retain the good officers that are working for you. And at the same time, you can only work with what you have. And by working with what you have, you leverage your analytics, you leverage your partnerships, and you focus your resources.
I really got around page 94 of our report to dig in a little more about what Nola just mentioned. Sorry, Chuck, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, well, Nola covered it very well, but you asked the question, do you have sufficient staffing? Right now, I think you're understaffed because you're losing more people than you're bringing on board. And so that's an issue. And it can't be overlooked. So as a result of that, because even if you were able to hire a new class tomorrow, it takes time before they're ready to go on the street because of training and so forth. So you have to make some adjustments in the meantime and have to look at how you're currently deploying the people that you currently have and whether or not you can afford to do some of the things that you would like to do, but it's not really a core function in the sense of you got to do it. You got to answer those calls for service. The question is, which calls do you actually send people on versus alternate ways of responding? For an example, you know, can you take it over the phone? Can you take a report online? You know, those kinds of things, as opposed to sending someone out there to actually take the report was just take somebody out of service. So there are a variety of things. Nola already mentioned, who are the people who are actually, committing the crime. That's where crime analysis, intelligence, all those things. So you can really focus and zero in on those bad actors that are causing a problem. But you got to have the cooperation of your district attorney. You got to have cooperation of probation. I mean, everybody's got to pull together on this one because it's not going to get better on its own. There has to be some action taken in order to make it better for everyone concerned. And that's just my personal opinion, but certainly a crime strategy, crime plans, so everybody knows exactly what's expected of them, who's responsible for doing what, because you're not going to get out of this personnel, the staffing issue, probably for a couple of years, because that's how long it takes to make up for attrition. And that's under the best of circumstances when there are people who are actually knocking the door down trying to become police officers. Right. You're fighting against right now an environment where, you need marketing and you've got to really sell the department in a different way, because that's the only way you're going to be able to make up those numbers.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
As a follow-up to the question from Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, I noticed that there is also an issue with it was stated in the report that very little of our response and police time is spent on violent crime. And in fact, a significant amount is spent on non-criminal issues in general. So can you comment on the impact of that on the department's ability to address crime?
Well, if I can just jump in real quickly, and then Nola and others just please jump in. But no, you're right. I mean, in the report and during the course of our investigation, we saw that the city, when it comes to responding to people in crisis, the city is looking at a model, I think it's called right response or something of that nature, where, depending on the nature of it, who's best suited to be that first responder, right? Is it police? Should it be mental health? Who should be the first responder? That needs to be done not just for that type of call, but for all types of issues that you're dealing with. Police are the ones that wind up with everything. I don't care if it's a homeless issue, if it's substance abuse, no matter what it is, police get called. And I understand how that evolves, but at the same time, it takes away from their ability to be able to really focus in on those individuals who are really causing harm in the community. But I would argue that it's not just about violent crime. I mean, property crime, the fear of crime, all those kinds of things play in to this notion of community safety, which we use that term as opposed to public safety. Because when we say public safety, we tend to think about police, fire, emergency, medical. Whereas what community safety is much broader. That takes in a lot of different things, but combined, it all adds up to the same thing, making people feel safe and secure. Police only play a role in that. They're not the only thing that makes that really happen. So yeah, that's something at the city government level would need to be taking a strong look at that to see whether or not there are some areas where that can be offloaded from police. Doesn't mean they can totally be removed from it. But maybe not be necessarily the first responder for everything.
Yeah, I would just add that we need to make a distinction between a call for service and the response and investigation and prevention of violent crime. When you look at calls for service, as Chuck just said, and as the data shows, the police department is called to respond to a variety of types of calls. Not all of them, and in fact, what the data suggests, the majority of them are not violent in nature. And so when we talk about, and this whole report is really, if you step back, is a holistic approach. So what we're saying is, if you civilianize, for example, functions that do not require a sworn officer, you're freeing up more sworn officers to deal with violent crime. As we just heard from the previous council person, the community is concerned about violent crime. And when you begin to free up officers from responding to calls for service that does not require an officer's response, then you've got more officers who can be directed toward preventing, intervening in violent crime and helping to reduce it. And as Chuck said, it's certainly not just violence, but it's domestic violence, it's property crime as well. And so it's really looking at the whole picture and alternative ways in which you use your resources. And your most valuable resource right now is that sworn officer, and asking the question, what do you want that officer to be doing every day on the job? And then once you have that answer, looking at how you can make that happen.
So as just a follow-up to that, you mentioned other responses around property crime and other strategies around property crime. What might some examples of that be?
A lot of places right now, as it relates to property crime, for an example, some of those reports are taken over the phone. They don't require a dispatch. So you got officers that have been injured, they're on limited duty. You've got civilians that can take reports over the phone. I mean, there are a lot of different ways you could do that. You free up resources, you free up time. I mean, in one breath, we're talking about community policing, which requires officers to actually spend time engaging community in a non-confrontational way, just being out there and getting to know folks. It takes time to do that. And so when you're tied to the radio and you're just going from one call to another, I mean, if the presence of a police officer at the scene does not make any difference in terms of your ability to be able to, solve the crime. You went on vacation, you came home, somebody broke in your garage and took your lawnmower, okay? You need a report. There's no question about that, right? But does an officer really have to respond to take that report, or could that be taken over the phone and you get a report number? If you want to report it to your insurance, you can do it and so forth, but don't tie up a resource by responding to that. And so with many of these property crimes, traffic accidents in Philly, for an example, we stopped responding to property damage only traffic accidents where no one was injured and the cars were drivable. We told people to go to the nearest police station and have a report made out. And then later we were able to actually, they had a number where they could call in and we could take the report. That's an insurance issue. We saved 60,000 dispatches just by doing that per year. I mean, that's significant. That's significant because it's a bigger city, a lot more call volume, but it gives you an idea of those are officers. One, it's a low priority call to begin with. It's a priority 3 or 4. So by the time you get there, everybody's upset and mad because they've been sitting on the side of the road for God knows how long, waiting for some cop to show up to take a report for a fender bender, when they could have been on their way if they had done it a different way. So you have to just try to be creative, depending on what it is. It's only on TV where you dust for prints to find out who broke into the garage to take that lawnmower. That we all know that doesn't happen. And so we find alternate ways of dealing with it and provide service to people at the same time.
Yeah, I just very quickly, I'll give you a couple more examples. In St. Louis, this has been a couple of years ago, but when there's a call for a burglary, they go out, they take the report. The next day, though, the city had contracted with people to go out and do a safety check of the residents. And if a lock needed to be put in, they put the lock in. If windows needed to have bars put at the lower level and the owner agreed, that vendor did that work. So not only did they respond to the burglary, but they also put in a prevention effort, because what we do know is that the probability that you're going to get hit twice is pretty good. And so that's one example. Yes, they responded and took the report, and maybe they don't even need to do that much, as Chuck said, but there was real service provided to the resident. And it was a referral by the police department that brought that other person out to do the safety check. And the other area that police departments have worked in reducing response is with theft, especially shoplifting theft, and in working with stores across their jurisdictions about how better that the stores can handle the reports. The store is a complainant, and so it becomes more the responsibility of the store and not the responsibility of the police. So again, it's just stepping back, asking what do you want them to do, and then what's the alternative if not the police.
Yeah, and I
I
think it's
can't let
important.
this moment pass without adding that we really need to involve the community in this dialogue. Looking through our community engagement section of the report, you'll see us talk about, we'll use the term reimagining policing, but what we're doing is talking you through the process of thinking through alternative response where police don't have to be present or be the ones to respond. But we want you to make sure that as you're designing a community safety plan, you're doing it in collaboration with the community in a deeply meaningful way. Because as much as these wonderful ideas are just that, wonderful ideas, without community input and understanding, you might find yourself now on the receiving call of why there isn't an officer fingerprinting for my lost lawnmower, which we all know isn't necessary, but they'll need that education and need to be a part of understanding why that is the solution.
But when you add prevention, like Nola just said, to that, you also help to build that trust with the community, because you're doing more. You're not just taking a report as a means of service. You're actually telling them how to not be re-victimized by providing. I mean, everybody loves firemen, because when you call a fireman, they come to your house and put out a fire, or they give you a free smoke detector or what have you, right? I mean, that's our way of doing something on a positive side, as opposed to just being seen as the guys you call when you want somebody arrested, right? There's more to policing than just that. And this gives you a way of being able to do that, but also save resources at the same time.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I have a comment and then a question. Thank you for all of this. I know this has been a long time and the second round of this, and I just can't help but notice that a lot of these recommendations are things that the Public Safety Committee from last year had discussed and made recommendations on, specifically, Councilmember Lawson's work on the disparate use of force data. We talked about the civil service and the hiring outcomes. And I know I've been talking for years about, are the questions that we're asking the right questions, and are those leading to outcomes that are maybe unintended in the way that we're asking questions, and why? Obviously near and dear to my heart is the alternative to the mental health responses. I hope that now that this has come from a third party, that we can start making some moves on those. We have on some of these, but the civil service piece is really, really important. So I hope that conversation continues. I have a question, and Mayor, this might also include city staff. So is it appropriate to ask it now, or is there a section where we can ask city staff about things? Or
No, go ahead and ask it now, please.
Okay. So in the report on page 16, it talks about how a really small number of officers are responsible for an outsized number of the use of force instances. And that's obviously problematic for obvious reasons. But I believe we've had conversations as a city about some kind of predictive programming that we have internally that's supposed to help us identify when officers might be escalating, so that we can say, hey, what's going on in your personal life? This to me looks like maybe that's not working as intended. And so my question, I guess, is how can we do a better job of identifying those officers? And then my question for city staff would be, what have we done about those officers? Because we have this information and we know that. And it's a safety concern for the city, for anyone who comes into contact, I would imagine, with them. So are they on kind of a training program? Or have they been disciplined? Are we evaluating? Have they been, moved to a new maybe position while that's being worked out? Because that to me seems like a pretty scary prospect for someone who could come into contact with those officers, at least the way that it's reading. So I guess it's two things. One, how can we do a better job of identifying people before they get to 24% of the call of the use of forces? And then also, what have we already started the process on for those officers that are in there?
Councilmember Hills, I wonder if it would be okay with you if we had the chief come back and whoever she might designate at the next possible perhaps study session, and to respond to give a response to the whole report and respond to your questions as well. Would that be okay?
Could we just get a brief snippet for the general public, because those, that's a pretty scary number, I think, for the general public. So I think we should at least hear from the chief on if there are plans to address that.
Very well.
At least briefly, and I would love to talk about it more as well. So thank you.
Yes, Mayor, is that okay if I go ahead and respond?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so to your point, Councilmember Hiltz, we do have what we call a personnel early intervention system, which we are tracking officers if they have a use of force or we have some sort of life stressors. Points are applied to them, and then if they reach a threshold of those points, they are contacted by their supervisors, and then wellness is involved and such. But I have to dig deeper into the specific results of what 21CP is reporting on this, and I would love to come back and talk in greater detail. But as far as the percentage of officers, their assignment they may be in SWAT, they may be in ERT, they may be in an assignment where they have a greater potential or risk of using force, but we will delve into that and look deeper into it. And if I could just go on and talk about, talking about efficiency studies that we're bringing forward where we can limit the calls for service that we're going to with the uniformed officer. I'm absolutely in agreement with that. We've also been given a pilot program for 6 traffic enforcement non-sworn individuals to help us with that, as well as I'd love to expand it to going out to those burglary calls and not having an officer go. And we can't lose sight of the fact that, a burglary is a very, very personal and very scary situation. And it's not just a routine call. And so we want to make sure that our customer service is still there, whether it's a person in uniform carrying a weapon or whether it's someone that's working for the city that is out there making sure that we're giving our residents the attention they need and that they don't feel as though they are not important. But I'd be more than happy to go into breaking down the use of force stuff. And then I'm looking forward to getting benchmark analytics in. I'm hoping by the end of the year is what IT is telling me. That is going to track demographics, location, specific officers, what the contact, was it voluntary, non-voluntary contact. And, like they said, across the nation, we've had issues with collecting this data, but I'm really looking forward to bringing benchmark analytics on and hopefully showing the residents that we are being able to focus in if there is a certain officer, and is it their assignment or is it something else? And so we're going to be able to extricate that data and share it with the residents, hopefully by the end of the year, and then implementing that next year in reports.
Councilmember Hills.
Mayor, so yeah, can I just ask one quick follow-up? Thank you. When you're looking at that data, can you also just look at the breakdown of who the use of force is being used upon to see if that is, because if it is someone who that's part of their assignment is just a more, I guess, hands-on, I don't know what else to call it, position, is that being done in a way that is, not inherently biased on the output side. And then also, I'd be just really curious in a future conversation to have a conversation around that early intervention system. I forgot what it was called, but the report also talks about how, there's a growing body of evidence that that's not the best way to be identifying officers. And so if those officers that are at that higher rate aren't being, flagged by the early intervention system, which is supposed to flag people that are escalating, we can get into a cycle of being really ineffective in that. And so I'd love to, continue the conversation about how we can do a better job with that early intervention system too. But thank you to everyone for all of the work on this. I know from city staff to Chief Wilson to 21CP, this has been a long process. So thank you.
Okay,
And Mayor, may I respond to just the follow-up question?
please.
Okay. And Councilmember Hills, just so you know, we are going to be able to create what is captured, and obviously demographics, location of the city, all those different instances will be captured, and we'll be able to report out easily, the results of that. And I will say that obviously we will continue with implicit bias training, DEI training, all those things to make sure that we are continuing to police in making sure that we're treating everyone equally and there isn't any sort of disparate impact. Obviously, this report showed that we do have a use of force. Our reports have been showing a use of force on persons of color. And so, of course, that is concerning to me, but I also want to be able to have really good data and be able to track that and address those situations quickly.
Further questions? Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. And yes, I want to thank all of you for the tremendous amount of work you poured into this report. It's very illuminating. I did have a couple of questions here, and I'll just be as brief as I can for time. On page 13, when we're talking about use of force and the tiers of force, this is something that I found was a little strange, has been strange, and I just want to ask, drawing a weapon is considered a tier 0 use of force, and using the weapon is considered a tier 3 use of force, if I'm not mistaken. And I find that to be a little odd, seeing as, you can basically go from 0 to 3 in the blink of an eye. So what would be, is tier 0 actually an appropriate classification for drawing your weapon? And if not, where do you think that should actually sit?
Based on our work with the Department of Justice and various consent decrees, the mere drawing of a weapon, having it in a ready position, not pointing it at a person, okay, that is not considered a use of force. Pointing it at a person is considered a use of force and is a reportable use of force. So that's the distinction. Obviously, if you fire it, then that puts it in a whole different category. Right. But the mere pulling of a weapon, having it at the ready, as they say, because of the situation, but you're not pointing it at anyone. That is not considered a reportable use of force, but it is if you point it at a person.
Okay, and then my second question would be, so let me see here, yeah, back on page 83, when we were talking about reimagining the role of policing, you list 5 examples of areas that could potentially be offloaded to either other agencies or just another department in total. And I'm wondering if you have a more comprehensive list of things that you have seen be effective. So as we're having this discussion, we can, run off of things that have already been effective elsewhere. So that's like crisis intervention, traffic incidents, and things like that.
Yep. Yeah, we're aware of a number of things that are being tried in a number of different jurisdictions around the country. I think this is, but this is an area, as Jessica pointed out a few moments ago, appropriately, where the community really needs to be sitting at the table to discuss those things. Some departments are something that isn't really necessarily listed here, but some departments are employing what they call community service officers, which are not sworn peace officers. They're unarmed folks, and they're the people that get sent out to take the report of the lawnmower that got stolen out of my garage, or my kid's bike got stolen, those kinds of things, and again, non-injury traffic accidents and so forth. So yes, we're aware of probably if you asked us to, I'm confident that we could come up with a list of probably 30 to 40 different areas where what we call a differential response model is being used, but we're hesitant to impose, those things on a place where the community doesn't have adequate input into that process. Because we think it's really important for them to have the education and really to kind of guide the process. And I'll let Jessica talk into that more if she'd like to.
We spent a number of time on this in with other clients, and the thing is that, just as Sean said, there's not much more better I could say. There are a number of opportunities to diversify response, but at the core of it, if you look around page 88, we really start talking to you about that you have to have the community at the table to understand the concept of community safety and what a community safety plan will look like in your city. And it's unique to your area. It's unique to your demographics. It's unique to your crime statistics and the problems that arise from the most fear in your community. And so you have to address those simultaneously. I'm going to say an unpopular thing. This is not a fast process. This is a deep dialogue with intentionality that really takes you looking at the whole of your city's spending, allocations, and resources outside of just the police department, because it truly is about safety upstream and downstream from the problem. And so I encourage you to reach out to me if you'd like. I can send you some of our other documents that will get you deeper. But at the first most important point and our final most important point is the community has to be at the table in that dialogue.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just have a quick follow-up comment. I will absolutely reach out to you, Jessica, see if we can get that list. And I completely agree. The community needs to be at the table. And I was very excited when I got to recommendation 16, which is making our community police task force a permanent fixture. So thank you all for that as well.
Further questions?
And I want to say we said that that's something or the like. Using what's already there, you have many task force. We did not prescribe to think that one was the solution. Rather, that there needs to be some form of ongoing body who's building this idea out and being really intentional about bringing the community in. So I want to just specify that.
Further questions? Seeing none, I just want to thank you so much for all the work you've done. And really appreciate it. And you've given us a lot to consider. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, the time is now 8:02. The City Council will stand in recess until 8:07. We are now in recess. The study session for Aurora City Council is now back in session. Consent calendar. Is there objection to moving the consent calendar forward? Item number 2A through 2E. Is there any objection? Seeing none, then the consent calendar will move forward. Items 2A through 2E. Items from the policy committees. Item number 3A, Arapahoe County Open Spaces Sales and Use Tax. Luke Palmisano.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Luke Palmisano, Intergovernmental Relations Manager. Tonight's item relates to the Arapahoe County Park Sales and Use Tax ballot question, recently referred to the November county ballot by the Arapahoe County Commissioners. I do have Arapahoe County Commissioners Baker and Holland in attendance tonight, and I'll turn it over to them in just a minute for a brief presentation. I did want to note that the question before Council tonight is, does Council wish to forward this item to a regular Council meeting in order to discuss and take an official position of support on the Arapahoe County Parks tax ballot question? Also wanted to note that per the city's council rules, a ballot issue resolution such as this must be presented at study session to determine if the item would have unanimous support, which is required for council to take that position. I also have Brooke Bell and Tracy Young from PROS on the line to answer any questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioners Baker and Holland. Who I did see on the line earlier.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Commissioner Holland. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Luke, and thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity. With me today is Commissioner Jeff Baker, who will follow my brief presentation with some additional comments. First of all, I want to thank everyone on the council for this opportunity to talk about the importance and significance of the current open space program. Arapahoe County Open Space and Use Tax Program has been in operation for several years and supported unanimously by a majority of all of the cities within Arapahoe County and special districts. Last week, the Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved a resolution to place a ballot measure on the November 2nd ballot November 2nd election that will ask voters to approve a permanent extension of the open space sales and use tax. We'd like to give a brief overview of the tax and then take any questions that you may have. Currently, as many of you know, the open space tax is used for a variety of programs dealing with recreation and open space and trails. Over 70 miles of trails built and or improved since its inception in 2003. 168 parks, trailheads, heritage area projects have been supported as a result of this tax, and over 31,000 acres of open space have been conserved. Total revenues that we've generated as a result of this tax is over $360 million. 256 million have been awarded to 13 municipalities, town, and special district. 71% of the revenues are given back directly to the communities. Aurora's allocation from 2004 to 2020, Aurora has received in its shareback program that is based on population disbursement of over $102,262,796 in shareback, nearly $8 million in grants. That is grants for special projects that are submitted through our OSTAF program, and $7.4 million in joint projects for a total of $116 million and 857 and $513. An important factor that has to be recognized also is the contribution that programs that have been funded in part or totally by the open space funds is the tremendous improvements in our shareback funds and grants to the city of Aurora for its sports programs. As many of you know, the great improvements in our athletic fields within Aurora have resulted with the help of the Visit Aurora program in bringing in literally thousands of athletics programs from out of state into the county, making a tremendous opportunity for hotels, restaurants, and other economically beneficial programs that result from these operations. I'd now like to ask Jeff Baker to continue with the presentation. Commissioner Baker.
Thank you, Commissioner Holden. What does this program funding mean to the city of Aurora? First of all, we'd like to make sure that everyone knows that the city has received 94% of its investment back through both the share back and the grant funds. We believe that this funding is critical to the city of Aurora's general fund. Within the city's parks and open spaces department, these funds represent about 12% of current operating budget. For example, that's around 30 FTEs. The city's capital budget, 25 to 75% comes from the open space funding, depending upon grant applications. For example, $10 million has been awarded through those grants to supplement the city's capital budget. This is why making this revenue stream permanent is so important to our partners, so that people can borrow against this money. And there are a lot of smaller communities in Arapahoe County, some that I represent, including Bennett and Deer Trail, that will be able to then use this money as matching funds for larger federally funded projects. Aurora receives 58.9% of the total shareback funds. That share is likely to grow. Now, this is in its 20-year history. 58.9% of the total shareback funds goes to the city of Aurora. That will grow when Aurora's population continues to increase. Based upon the current share, the average amount of collection Aurora would potentially receive about $9 million annually over the next 5 years. In 2021, the county awarded both of its large grants to the city of Aurora. That was $500,000 for the Fulton Park renovation grant and $350,000 for Peoria Hills Park and Playground renovation grant. And back to Commissioner Holden.
Jeff, I'd also like to point out that open space funds and shareback funds from Aurora have been used in other projects. For example, the Tollgate Crossing Neighborhood Park is another example of collaboration between the county funds and the city. And I think one of the sterling examples of collaboration and cooperation is the effort that Aurora, Arapahoe County, the Department of Defense, the Department of the Air Force, and several other entities involved in helping to protect the buffer zone around Buckley Air Force Base, where we turned it into a trail and park recreational opportunities in and around Buckley. This is a great project and had been recognized by both the Department of Defense and the Department of the Air Force as a great collaborative effort between municipalities, the county, and other entities that benefit not only our national security interests, but also our recreational interests. I would only add that we have a united support amongst all the cities within Arapahoe County who really find this program to be very beneficial to the overall recreational opportunities for our county residents. And all these parks and trails are used by all citizens of Arapahoe County. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. At this point, I'd certainly open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will recognize myself first and say, first of all, I think this is a great program, and I don't dispute that, and that we have had the ability to renew this program on a 10-year basis, and that those proponents of this tax have had to go back to the voters and make their case, and I think it makes for a better program. And so, what they're requesting, what the commissioners are requesting, is that we completely remove that sunset provision and make this permanent. Do we really know 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now what the demand will be? Do we really know, how the money should be allocated, whether or not the amount of the tax is appropriate? I like the idea of having to come back to the voters every 10 years. And so I'm in opposition to moving this forward. Other comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I have always supported the tax when it comes up for renewal. And I do think, voters typically are going to continue to do that. You guys have done a tremendous job, and certainly the support to the city of Aurora has been phenomenal. We have certainly benefited from it. I think my hesitation is making it permanent. Every 10 years it's a pretty good time frame, and again, it seems to get renewed. My concern is we don't have a crystal ball to know what's going to happen, down the road, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And so I just think it removes flexibility in terms of being able to deal with any kind of economic crisis that might come about. I think it's a great program. I hesitate on making it a permanent.
Mayor. Comments or questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
So Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Holland, I want to thank you for bringing this to the Pfizer committee when you did at our last meeting. I know that I had asked the question, but I also brought up the idea that there was a robust kind of community engagement, and this question was asked, and it seemed to be get approval from most of constituents who were surveyed. Can you go into a little bit of that and that process? Because I think that's really important for the public to know as well.
Well, thank you, Andrea. Clearly, we sent out a survey, and I think we had a response of well over 400, a broad range of over 400 respondees, and nearly 78% of those who responded to the survey were overwhelmingly supportive of the program, and nearly 65% were supportive of the permanency request. And I think the issue there is that a lot of people are concerned about accountability. We have a citizens committee that represents a broad variety of constituents within the county, and your city is represented. And this is the oversight committee of citizens that determine basically where specific grants go, also debate the management of the funds in the program, and also the issues associated with policy as to the use of those funds. So I'm confident that the oversight is significant, and we've worked very hard to ensure that the interests of all the cities, counties, and special districts that receive the funds have a voice in this process. The last two times that this legislation or this legislative effort was brought forward, overwhelmingly the citizens supported. And I think our survey shows that an overwhelming majority of the constituents that responded to the survey show support. We've also, Jeff and I have been out to many of the communities around the county. I just recently spoke with the city of Glendale, and they're supportive of the program, and we're going to get a letter of support from that city council as well. So I think the bottom line is that the citizens want it. There's support for the permanency of the tax, and another important factor is that we're changing the formula to allow cities and special districts to spend more money on maintenance of the parks, which I think is important. As the parks age, it's important to allow more money to be spent on the maintenance of our parks. And maybe Jeff, you can comment on that as well as some of the cities in your jurisdiction.
We'll just point out that Adams County made their open spaces sales tax permanent last year, and the voters approved that by 78%.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
Yes, I was just wondering if our city staff could comment on the projected growth and the need for recreation centers, open space, and parks to support the projected growth of the city.
Staff.
Hi, Mayor and Council. This is Tracy.
Tracy, you're coming in broken.
Sorry. Is that better, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I would volunteer that these funds are not just used to build new parks. These funds are used to renovate and improve all of the parks within Arapahoe County and Aurora. So this is a really big part of our capital funding plan each year, as well as
I think we just lost you.
our maintenance program.
This is Brooke.
30 seasonal staff that are paid.
Tracy, I think you're cutting out a lot. Can you hear me? This is Brooke Bell, the director.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. As Tracy was saying, these funds are a huge part of our capital budget and the ongoing, not only building new parks, but also maintaining existing parks. And we also have significant staff tied to these funding sources, which includes rangers, our naturalists at Plains Conservation Center, Morrison Nature Center, rangers at Aurora Reservoir and other trail projects. And we also have Tracy Young's design staff and construction and also operation and maintenance. And so without these funds, it would be a significant challenge to maintain existing parks in perpetuity.
Further questions of staff or further questions of the commissioners or staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Baker, at the Pfizer meeting, one of the things you had brought up when we were discussing the permanency of the tax was it would allow the ability to bond for future projects. Is that still the case? And can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Again, a lot of the cities and towns in Arapahoe County wanted to make the tax permanent because borrowers, lenders, I should say, they're the borrowers. Lenders want a more secure, longer length of time. When we were looking at possibly extending the sunset to 25, 30 years, much like you would prepare to get either a 25-year or 30-year mortgage, a lot of the lenders were requiring that the income be consistent over, well, maybe not consistent, but there be a permanent level of funding in order to make those payments back. And so in order to borrow against these funds, that's what these lenders want, is security in knowing that the tax is going to be continuing on. The idea of just extending the sunset from 10 years to 25 years or 30 years was considered, but the fact remains that when you start talking about 25 or 30 years as a sunset, most people say, why not just make it permanent anyway? And that was that's when we did the surveys and polling, and it did not make much of a difference. I think there were 4% of the people that were supported supportive of the tax, then became non-supportive with the permanency. It's only about 4%. So I will point out also that a lot of the smaller towns, Bennett, Deer Trail, will be able to use this as a permanent income in order to show the federal government that they can match funds for federal grants.
Further questions or comments?
Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. There's no doubt that you use this money wisely, and we love every penny that Aurora gets. You know, we've done some amazing things with it. My concern is the permanency. You know, the state of our economy right now is just, it's going bonkers, you know, and people don't have the money to pay their rent, and, you know, they're getting subsidies for that. And you're the third group that's come to council. They haven't all come yet, but you're the third group to ask for the same raise. You know, my question is, what if we said yes to all of them? What if they all passed? I mean, then Aurora's sales tax would just be through the roof. That's a concern of mine. I'm always one to let things go on, put things on the ballot. But Luke, or legal, you said that in order for us to totally support it, it had to be a unanimous decision.
Yes, that's correct.
And that would be just to say Aurora City Council supports this. But
yes,
we could still allow it to go on the ballot without 100%.
It's already on the ballot. So this would be purely about the city taking a position of support on this ballot question. And that position of support, in order for council to take it, does need to be unanimous.
Oh, so that's all we're talking about tonight. It's already on the ballot. So we're just sitting here spinning our wheels. Okay. All right. That's all I needed to know then. Okay.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Luke, if we're not going to get a unanimous vote, which I suspect we may not, are those of us who are in support able to issue that statement, I guess, if we band together and use like city letterhead for that?
That may be a question for legal. I don't think you're allowed to use city resources if the full council does not take a position of support. I'll defer to Rachel Allen, but I believe you would not be able to put that on letterhead.
So the specific council rule speaks to a resolution in support or opposing a ballot issue. It's Appendix F, subpart B of the council rules that requires unanimity to do a resolution. And then there's also the Fair Campaign Practices Act. So you can't expend city resources for campaigning for ballot issues. And I think the city manager will be sending some additional information on that. There are some things you can do, and we're happy to talk through that.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, is there opposition to moving item number 3A forward? Mayor objects. Any other opposition? Anybody else in opposition?
Mayor, I think we're voting on whether or not we're going to support
the letter.
That's correct.
Yeah, not.
No. No, we're on the resolution. I'm asking the question on do you support a resolution where the city of Aurora is in favor of a permanent open space sales tax?
And is your question, who objects?
Does anybody object?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Bergen.
Okay, well, seeing that it is not unanimous, it will not move forward. Thank you very much for the Councilmember Bergen, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm happy that it's on the ballot and to allow our voters to vote that. Just I could not vote for it to be permanent as a fiscal conservative.
Item number 3B, resolution to enter lease purchase agreement for software renewal. Scott Newman.
Good evening, City Council. Scott Newman, the CIO for the city. We presented this item to the Management and Finance Committee a few weeks ago. On an annual basis, the IT department has a requirement to renew software licenses for one of our core infrastructure products known as VMware. This is the product that helps all 95% of the servers in the city run. So it's core and critical to what we do in the city to renew it on an annual basis. Speaking to our resellers and our providers this year, we had an opportunity to enter a lease purchase agreement. And by doing so, it's a 3-year agreement that does have an annual non-appropriation clause. So on an annual basis, we could break the agreement if necessary. But by doing so, we stand to save the city close to $200,000 annually. There is a finance charge that goes with it, which is just over $11,500 for the total 3-year term. But again, that's offset by the $200,000 savings. We did work with City Finance and City Legal both on the arrangement for this agreement, and both provided a great deal of support and are in favor as well. So we are asking for council approval to move this forward to regular session for adoption as a resolution. The finance company requires a formal resolution from council before they'll allow us to sign the agreement.
Discussion on item number 3B or questions to staff? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 3B forward? Seeing none, item number 3B will move forward. Thank you for that presentation. Item number 3C, a resolution to approve the aesthetic enhancements of the 9-mile pedestrian bridge. Roberta Bloom. Roberta Bloom.
Yes, hi. I just needed to unmute. I'm here to talk to you about the aesthetic enhancements for the 9-mile pedestrian bridge. These enhancements are being funded through the Art and Public Places Programs Reserve Fund. And I'm going to start by just walking through the artist proposal. Oh, I think I need permission to share. There we go. Okay. Okay, can you see the proposal now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the artist that we're working with is Vicky Scurry. She is a top infrastructure artist. She's accustomed to dealing with major infrastructure projects such as bridges. And the proposal that she's put together focuses on using prairie grasses and colors from the prairie, inspiration from the prairie as the basic motifs. Here are some images, photographs of grasses in the area, native grasses, and her interpretation of that into a drawing. This drawing became the basis for grill work that will be along the bottom edge of the bridge, as well as along the top edge of the clear story. The material that the artist is proposing for the cladding of the bridge is a newish material called Coda XT. This is a polycarbonate material that comes in 250 gorgeous colors. And here you see the palette of colors that the artist is suggesting. And again, this is based upon the palette of the prairie. The material that was originally proposed for the cladding of the bridge was Lexan, and it is a similar material, except for the fact that it doesn't come in a wide range of colors. It just comes in what you see here, this narrow range of neutral colors. So here is an image of just a silhouette of the bridge, really, if it were done all in Lexan. And here you see the alternative image with the pattern proposed by the artist. She is working within the concept of a single span tide arch bridge, which is the bridge design that was preferred by a group of key stakeholders in a meeting held by the design team. And here she's trying to show you the experience that people are going to have walking across the bridge from one side to the other side and at different places along the bridge. The shadow play that you can see here at the bottom, that's caused by the grill work, and also I know because I've had these samples sitting in my window for several weeks now, is that the sun coming through these panels of Coda XT will also likely be casting colored shadows on the floor of the bridge. So in addition to the Coda XT colored panels and the grill work, he is also proposing to include words. She went through a public engagement process using the new Engage Aurora platform and got a wide range of input from various people in the community about what inspired them about Aurora, what they felt was important about Aurora, what she should be sharing about Aurora. And she put together a list of 20 of the most common words and phrases. Her concept is we've had these words, here you see them in English and Spanish. Since this proposal was put together, her concept was to put them into English and the 5 other most common languages spoken in Aurora. So that includes Korean, Spanish, Korean, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Amharic. So we, working with the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, we had identified, or they had helped us to identify what those 5 most common languages were. And then we worked with them to get translations into those languages. And those will also, 3 of those, I think 3 of those languages are also written in their own alphabet. So the bridge will include these, different forms of calligraphy. I think that's going to be very welcoming to our diverse community and also very visually beautiful. So in these next images, she is trying to share with you the experience that people will have seeing the bridge from different perspectives. The experience of the pedestrian, and these blocks are just the elevator towers, because at the point of this that this design work was being done, we didn't know anything more about the elevator towers. So here you see it looking south from the point. And perspectives that you would have driving. This is driving east on Parker and driving west on Parker. And also trying to show it at different times of the day. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about many topics tonight, so.
Questions of staff? Yeah, questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Is there any objection to, I'm sorry, are there questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Gardner.
So my understanding correctly in the backup, that the difference in the basic bridge and then to apply this artwork to it is $162,000.
Well, the total amount recommended for this project and that had been set aside for this project is $250,000. 48,000 what has been spent on the design process, and a total of 250,000 will be expended on the total project.
Further questions or comments? Please proceed.
Follow up. So we've already spent $48,000 in this process before we've even approved the artwork. I'm confused.
We spent $48,000 to get to the point of having artwork to review.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Where does the funding come from, Roberta?
This funding is coming out of the Public Art Reserve Fund. So this is funding that's generated by the city's 1% for art ordinance on city projects.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments?
Roberta?
Councilmember Coombs.
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, thank you. So can you clarify how this art budget compares to other art budgets for things like recreation centers and other public art pieces that have been approved in the city recently?
Okay, so for the scale of this project and the scale of the bridge here, this is a very modest budget. The city is really getting a significant bang for its buck. The artwork for the Central Rec Center cost about $350,000. And I think the project for the Southeast Rec Center, their budget is of similar size.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 3C forward? Seeing none, item number 3C will move forward. Item number 3D, proposal for a new Climate Action Committee, Jeffrey Moore, Oil and Gas Division Manager.
Mayor, I think Jeffrey is going to start sharing his slides and I'm going to speak first, and then he'll give some additional information.
Very well, please proceed.
Thank you. So I'll just wait on that. Well, I'll get started because I only need one slide for kind of the end of what I have to say. So the intent of this commission is to have a city entity that can, or a citizen entity that can advise city council on matters related to climate issues, which I think we're all acutely aware are significantly important at this point, not only for our city, but for our world. And specifically in relation to the plan to bring forward an environmental stewardship plan that is part of our strategic plan, which we have all already approved of bringing forward. And so this is about getting community engagement on those issues. The ordinance is to establish a climate action committee, and then also in that process, because this will include oil and gas issues, to end the oil and gas committee. And the reason for that is because we are going to be addressing those issues, among others, that are relevant to climate in this committee. And also because the city staff time that is taken up on boards and commissions should be as efficient as possible. And so the proposed membership of that committee is 5 general residents of Aurora that do not fit the criteria of the other categories of membership. Members of an environmental advocacy, sustainability, or climate group, at least 1, but not more than 2. Representation from individuals employed with state entities working on climate-related issues, at least 1, but not more than 2. Members working with regional and front range entities working on climate-related issues, at least 1, but not more than 2 members. And from the energy industry, and these would be at least 1, but not more than 2 members employed in the utilities, construction, energy efficiency, renewable energy, oil and gas, or related fields, and an Aurora business owner, at least 1, but not more than 2. And so the total membership could be as little as 10 and up to 15, depending on how much representation we have from each of those groups. And now I'm going to pass it off to Jeffrey to talk a little bit more about the history around the Oil and Gas Committee and the decision to try to merge these rather than having 2 separate entities.
Thank you, Councilmember Coombs, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I was asked to address 2 questions about the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee. The first was, to what extent is the Oil and Gas Division now duplicating efforts of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee? And the second was to discuss the attendance at the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee meetings over the past couple of years. So I'll first address the first question, and that is a review of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee. I'm sure you're all familiar with the background, but the committee was created by council in 2015 for the purpose of advising city council on matters related to oil and gas development in the city, to provide advice recommendations to both city council and staff, and to provide an educational forum for stakeholders. This group has been very active and very important in the past, especially during 2018 and 19 when the operator agreements were being negotiated. And they also provided some support to our division by reviewing the oil and gas manual last year and providing comments to us there, and helped in the creation of the oil and gas manual. The committee meets every other month and provides a report to PED. In terms of the new oil and gas division, it was created by council in 2019. The first manager, which I'm very honored to be, was hired in March of 2020. We hired a senior inspector and senior planner in November of last year. And of course, we recently completed the update of regulations, the oil and gas manual, through council. Those were effective last month. I believe that we are currently fulfilling all the functions that the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee was originally tasked with, including providing advice recommendations to both city council and other departments here within the city, an educational forum for stakeholders. As part of the process of the oil and gas manual, we had multiple town halls, public comment period, and were able to engage with members of the public extensively during that process, and then really serving as a point of contact for residents and industry. I think the fact that the oil and gas division is a staff division, we're here every day of the week and available rather than just once every other month. Certainly I get calls and emails from citizens and industry alike. To address the second question about attendance at the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee meetings, we went back and looked at attendance for the last 2.5 years, beginning in 2019. These numbers, which is public, is shown in the blue line, and members of the industry are shown in the red line. Of course, this does not include members of the committee itself or staff or invited speakers. This is simply other members of the industry or members of the public that attended the meetings at different points. And you can see on the graph, most of these are single digits in terms of numbers of people at the meetings. I would point out that we have a nice split here between both in-person meetings and remote meetings, which have happened during COVID time. And there really is not a strong correlation between the two. I don't think that, if anything, there's been fewer attendees during the remote sessions, which are theoretically easier to attend than the in-person sessions. Over the past 2.5 years, there's been an average of 1.3 members of the public attending each meeting and 2 industry representatives attending each meeting. That's an average, excuse me, over the past 2.5 years. I would also note that there's been no public or industry attendees at the meetings for the past 6 months. And in fact, for members of the public, it's been almost a year since there were any members of the public that attended these meetings. For reference here, I'll put a green star early in the graph there in 2019. That's the point where the operator agreements were being negotiated or were signed. And you can see there was definitely a spike of attendance prior to that. I think that was related to the negotiation of the operator agreements. The second green star here is the point where the oil and gas manual was put into effect. And again, I think that to me, what the graph shows is that the oil and gas division is performing successfully and able to answer and address those questions from the both the community and industry and provide that guidance and feedback to the City Council and to other staff.
Thank you. Jeffrey, anything else? I'd like to provide an opportunity. A former council member, Brad Pierce, who is the chairman of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee, did request to speak.
Can I wrap up first?
Well, okay, please do. And then former council member Pierce or Chairman Pierce will speak, and then I'll open up to questions for any of you.
So yes, I just wanted to comment briefly as well on the process. Councilmember Johnston began initiating this process prior to her leaving, and when she realized that she would be leaving before it could be wrapped up, she brought me into the discussion, and she started the drafting, and then I joined in drafting the membership and the purpose along with city attorneys and Mr. Moore. And then Councilmember Johnston did attempt to bring this item to PED, I believe 3 different times, April, May, and June. And at none of those points was it able to be heard at that committee. So in July, it was heard at the PR Plus committee, as well as at the Oil and Gas Committee meeting. And I did attend that meeting to get feedback and to listen to the members of that committee prior to having the discussion at the PR Plus committee. But I do also want to point out that PR Plus is the committee of reference for policy issues related to boards and commissions. So I know that there was some concern perhaps expressed that this never went to PED. And so I did want to confirm that in the process, it was attempted to go there multiple times, and that ultimately approval through PR Plus does cover the fact that it is an issue of a board or a commission, and therefore that's the committee of reference. So thank you.
I now recognize Brad Pierce, chairman of the Oil and Gas.
Just point of order, real quick. Point Hiltz.
Yes, what is
I believe that the oil and gas.
You're muted.
Sorry, no, my AirPod died. I'm back now. That we've been on long enough for that. The oil and gas commissions bylaws state that no one can speak to members of city council without prior written authorization, and this is independent of formal communication of positions that are supplied in writing. So do we have
Oh, you're coming in broken, but he did.
On behalf of the commission here?
He did send a written request to me.
Right, those are 2 separate things. The bylaws of the commission.
City attorney? Yeah, with the city attorney opine on this. We have somebody from the city attorney's office.
Mayor, this is Brad Pierce. Can I jump in for a second if the city attorney is not available?
Well, no, there is a request from Councilmember Hiltz. I need to get an opinion on that before I let you proceed. What Councilmember Hiltz is saying is you should not have the opportunity to speak before tonight. City Attorney.
No, what I'm saying is I'm asking if prior written authorization to speak tonight was provided as outlined in the bylaws.
Well, I responded in writing, and so to his written request, and so if the city attorney can opine on
gas commission, you are not the Oil and Gas Commission in the bylaws, which is why we're asking for the city attorney.
And so Mr. Best, who represents the Oil and Gas Commission, is on the line tonight and should be able to respond.
Mayor, point of order.
Let's allow the city attorney to just pose the question. I want that answered first.
Mr. Best.
Yes, this is Ian Best with the city attorney's office. I believe Mr. Pierce did send a written request to speak. I'm not sure if he did it for this study session, however.
Yeah, it was for the study session.
Right, that's still separate from what the language reads. That's what I'm trying to get. So it says no single member of the Oil and Gas Commission may speak to members of the City Council on OGC business without prior written authorization from the Commission. All formal communication by the Commission, including a position statement on an issue, shall be supplied in writing. So we have that portion of it being supplied in writing. My question is, do we have the prior written authorization from the OGC for a single member of the OJC to speak to members of the City Council?
Mayor, this is Brad Pierce. I can clarify.
Councilmember, Chairman Pierce.
So when this proposed ordinance first came up, I asked and I believe it was when it was going to go to PED committee at that time. I know it didn't go to PED, but prior to PED, I asked the committee for written authorization, and they voted in favor of me being able to speak at PED. And that's in the minutes of our meeting. So that, to me, is written authorization that I have the authority to speak. And I don't think I need written authorization every time I address City Council. I spoke at the PR Plus committee and hope to speak at this meeting. So I did get authorization from the committee to speak at PED, which it didn't go to, but I still get authorization.
Okay, maybe we can get this cleared up in the bylaws then at the next.
Is there objection? Mr. Pearson, unless there's objection from the city attorney's office, please proceed. Is there objection from the city attorney's office? Seeing none, Mr. Pearson, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Kaufman and members of City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on this proposed ordinance. We believe our committee has been a valuable forum for discussion of oil and gas development in Aurora. We support the use of best practices for oil and gas development. We have dedicated many hours to discussions on a variety of topics, including making comments on the oil and gas manual, as Mr. Moore indicated. It seems unproductive to eliminate a valuable committee when we can provide a wealth of information, knowledge, and input. We do not agree with the argument that because the Oil and Gas Division was created, and the argument is that they are performing the functions of our committee, we don't agree that that is a reason to abolish our committee. You know, to address Jeffrey Moore's comments on what our functions are, our functions are to provide advice and recommendations to City Council and staff regarding oil and gas development. That is a committee function. To me, that is not a staff function. That function belongs with the committee. So I just think that the function and duties are for the committee to provide advice and recommendations. One other point I'd like to make, I don't believe we have abolished, or the City Council has not abolished the Board and Commission in a very, very long time, probably 30 or 40 years. And I think this is a big deal to abolish a long-standing, at least 6 years, Board and Commission. So again, appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I appreciate, your ongoing engagement in this conversation. I guess my question is, because the intent is to include the topics of this committee into the Climate Action Committee, are you suggesting that you all don't want to be included in that committee, that you would rather remain separate and do your work separately?
I think we can stay as we are as a existing board and commission, and if there's up to two slots available for industry, I don't see why either members of our committee could apply for those slots. In addition, the slots reserved for industry are not just for oil and gas industry, they're for renewable energy, and I can't remember what the slide said exactly, but the two slots for industry are for 5 or 6 aspects of industry, oil and gas being one of them. So I think that we can continue to exist as a committee as we are. And then if people on our committee want to apply, or other people from the public want to apply for the 2 slots on the Climate Action Committee, that would be okay. But I think we perform a very vital and essential function the way we are.
So
okay. Oh, if I could ask one question, Councilmember Coombs, and that is that I've never seen a committee established by one echelon of government with memberships from higher echelons of government. Usually it's as let's say a state committee is formed, a task force, and then members of municipalities or county governments are included in that. So is there a precedent for that?
Sorry, I did have a follow-up question for Mr. Pierce, but I guess I can answer your question. The intent was to make sure that our actions as a city are coordinated with the regional and state level efforts. So that's the intent of having those members on the committee.
So is there a precedent?
I don't know, but I don't think there has to be a precedent to have an intent that is of value.
Isn't there state organizations that do this right now that have municipal involvement?
They don't have formal municipal appointments, no, other than DRCOG, which only focuses on transportation and not the broader set of issues that would be addressed by this commission. And so we want to make sure that, for example, folks that are involved in water quality and air quality that don't have municipal representation on those bodies or in those staffs, that someone from those entities could have representation then back to this committee to help the city make sure that our decisions are in coordination with laws, policies, and other efforts being put forward at other levels of government. So again, it's not about precedent, it's about intent, and about making sure that the work that we're doing isn't going to put us in conflict with other entities.
Please proceed. I think.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question for Mr. Pierce.
Please proceed.
So you want to have the Oil and Gas Committee continue as its own separate entity and potentially have 2 seats on the Climate Committee. I don't think that we have a precedent, or really, I think it's questionable whether that entity should essentially get representation on another city board. So, most of our boards and commissions address one broad policy area. And so if oil and gas is going to continue to be its own standalone addressing that policy area, it is questionable to me whether we then leave 2 spots on this committee that was intended to include oil and gas if you want to stand alone.
Mayor Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Pierce, did you want to answer that before I start? I'm sorry.
I was going to be recognized by the mayor, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman Brad Pierce, and then we'll go to Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you.
So if let's say two members of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee wish to apply for the Climate Action Committee, that would be okay. It's not a requirement that two people from the Oil and Gas Committee be on the Climate Action Committee. It's just if they wish, they could apply. I mean, there's, I think, 4 or 5 examples of industry in that on that slide that was presented. So it would be just voluntary on anybody's part, whether the Oil and Gas Committee members apply or just members of the public apply.
So then if we switched those industry positions to not include oil and gas, since you all are going to have a standalone or want to continue to have a standalone committee, would you object to that?
You know, actually, Councilmember Berzins was next up, and then we can go to to Chairman Pierce. Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like we're jumping to conclusions here. Councilmember Pierce and I were on PED. He was the chair, and I think I was the vice chair when the Oil and Gas Commission was formed. And one of the main reasons we wanted to form it at the time is so the people on the Oil and Gas Commission could come to the meetings and learn about oil and gas and all the changes to the neighborhood and the industry, and then go out and talk to their HOAs and their neighborhoods and their friends and and spread the word as to what it was. And hopefully they're still doing that. That was one of the main reasons for the Oil and Gas Commission, so they could get the information out to other people. I think it's a very important committee. I wasn't really sold on it at the time, but as I saw it progress and people learning more about it, because it has changed, the rules have changed, and people have learned a lot from the committee. But I want to say, our committees, our commissions, whatever you want to call them, even though they are open to the public, council does not ask, outside people to come. If outside people want to come, that's fine. That's what we want them to do. But to have a graph saying only 1.3 outside people came, since when does that happen? The commissioners come, the people on the committee come. I don't understand why you would even count how many outside people came. I know Ms. Sobey used to come all the time. I don't know, if she's come since we've been virtual or not. I don't know. I do know a lot of people are to virtual meetings. And that's all I want to say about that. I personally want to see that to stay, because I think it does serve a good purpose. But from what you were saying, a lot of Councilmember Coombs, sounds to me like it would take some strength away or some of the teeth of our Pfizer committee. Our Pfizer committee listens to what is going on in the legislature, what is going on in the area, and they talk about that and they vote on it. I just think that would cut out a lot of the function of Pfizer. And I don't know how Councilmember Lawson feels about that, but she and her committee does a great job. I don't always agree with them, but they still do a good job. And to me, that would be a little bit of crossover there. So I just don't, I feel like we're getting a little ahead of what a home rule city should do. And you've said something about, we believe this, we believe that. I don't know who we is, but I just wanted to say that about oil and gas. So thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So this wouldn't be affecting the role of the Pfizer committee because it's a citizen committee. So Pfizer would still be tracking those issues as well. This is for the purpose of keeping that citizen committee abreast of those issues. And making sure that they have that awareness as well in their discussions and recommendations. And by we, I meant those of us that were drafting the ordinance. So in case that was unclear from my prior discussion of the multiple people involved in drafting the ordinance.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gardner.
So there's kind of two separate questions tonight. It seems like first we have the question of the, I guess, elimination of the Oil and Gas Committee, and then the second question is kind of the creation. They're obviously being presented as a package, so we can't vote on them like that. But as far as the elimination of the Oil and Gas Committee, I guess I don't really see, or I don't think there's very compelling arguments for why we should eliminate it. We have a budget office and we haven't eliminated the Citizens Budget Committee. We have a Parks and Rec Department and we haven't eliminated the Parks and Rec Board. I mean, I could go on and on. So I think there's already quite a bit of redundancy within kind of structures within the city, departments within the city, and our boards and commissions. And I think that's probably by design because some of our larger and more important departments that impact our residents' lives, we have citizen input committees. And I would make the argument that oil and gas is a significant industry in Aurora. Some others might not agree or others might not like it to be the case, but it is. As far as the Climate Action Committee, I kind of guess I would defer to what I just now said, but I see a lot of overlap with what that committee's charge would be based upon what's in writing and what could be done through several other boards that already exist. Water Board, Open Space Board, Planning Board, Building Code. I mean, we could get input on those types of issues and how they might impact climate through boards that already exist. So frankly, if we want to have the conversation about elimination of boards, I'm all for that because, I could probably cut 50% of these. But making one the enemy of the other, in this case, I think is wrong. And so I'm not supportive of what's being presented tonight.
Further discussion.
Can I respond?
Councilmember Gruber, then Councilmember Combs.
So I want to follow up on what Councilmember Gardner said. I agree with that. I think that, Mr. Moore, I understand you've been here for a year and you thrust yourself into the political limelight. But we had a large discussion prior to you being onboarded, and we continue to have large discussions. We have at least 6 SUAs that are still active. We have a number of oil wells that can be drilled at some point in the future. And I think eliminating a citizens board prior to those new wells being put in would hinder our transparency and hinder our ability to listen to the public. One thing you did bring up though that I thought was very interesting was the attendance at our meeting. I'm looking forward to seeing those at some of our other meetings. For example, our Citizens Advisory Budget Committee is getting ready to brief council, and I'm hoping that we can see attendance from each of the council members, representatives at that meeting or at those meetings throughout the year when CABC makes those presentations. So bottom line is that I think the oil and gas is a very important group. I think that keeping it, especially in light of the fact that we have continued wells that are going to be drilled, and having it as a venue that staff can talk to outside of itself is very important.
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs, going.
Respond to the prior concern about
please proceed. Yes.
Having various different committees involved in the climate. So typically when you're implementing any type of sustainability or climate plan, a typical part of that process is having a citizen board that gives that input, not taking it to 6 different boards. This also gives us, and the reason for having the comprehensive environmental stewardship plan proposed in the first place is to make a streamlined central place for us to be having those conversations, because right now it's scattered across multiple departments. So the intent of both that plan and this commission or committee, which would support that plan, is to try to streamline and bring together those variety of issues that impact our environment in our city and our role as a city in impacting the environment more regionally. So that's the purpose of having something that talks about issues that may be relevant to other boards and committees. That being said, I and you also mentioned that this has to be brought forward as both elimination of the Climate Action Committee and establishment of the State Sustainability Committee. If what my colleagues want is to sever that piece of eliminating the Oil and Gas Committee and would support having a Climate Action Committee with that severed, then I would accept that amendment of removing the getting rid of the Climate Action Committee. Or I mean, getting rid of the Oil and Gas Committee.
Further discussion. Councilmember Gardner.
So reading through the functions and duties of the Climate Action Advisory Committee, nowhere in there, in fact, does it say that the purpose is to be a citizens group to create a climate advisory action plan, I believe you called it. In fact, what it says is the committee shall review as requested by council or staff and provide feedback on any ordinance, resolution, rule, regulation, or charter amendment, including any specific policy initiatives. So you're presenting it like it's a very narrow focus and perhaps could be disbanded once this plan was created. But reading through the functions and duties that are outlined in the ordinance, in fact, they have a very wide-ranging task and would exist indefinitely to provide feedback, at least according to this, on any ordinance, resolution, or any other item brought forward.
Right, and so it's not that the only intent is to support that plan, but part of the intent was to support that plan. Councilmember Johnston was already working on this as a broader project when I contacted staff about having a committee to address specifically an environmental stewardship plan is what we're calling it. I was calling it a climate action plan, but I think that encompasses that work, and so it became both. Since there was already a plan to have a committee advising on climate-related issues, one of those climate-related issues, understandably, would be the establishment of that.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, I just want to say, a lot of it's been said already, but I just want to say that we currently don't have a home to discuss environmental issues in the light that we're all talking about here. I have a lot of constituents who have been, asking for something like this. So I strongly support what Councilmember Coombs is doing. I frankly don't believe that the Oil and Gas Commission is necessary anymore with the Oil and Gas Division, but if that's something that is a deal breaker for my colleagues, I'd also support, leaving that intact. But I think having a board like this, a climate action committee, is something that is long overdue for a city of our size.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
I just had a question for Mr. Moore. So Mr. Moore, in your presentation, you stated that your division kind of really covers the civic engagement, but does it really? I mean, it seems like maybe the commission, they kind of get out. I mean, they have more variety of voices, but I'm just trying to understand your comment about your division really covers the concerns or covers the civic engagement. So can you elaborate on that for a little bit for me to explain a little bit more about how your division really covers that? I know you've had the the town halls and things like that, but it seems like maybe this commission, which I do agree that we should have a climate one. I'm just not sure about dismantling this one. So I'm just trying to understand your comment about that. So if you could elaborate on that for me, just a little about what you meant on that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lawson. Happy to do that. I think going back to the original purpose of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee, which was to provide advice to council, and that's one of the primary reasons for the existence of the committee. I feel like that our division is doing that very well. At this point, we've had numerous opportunities to provide that input. Because of the town halls that we had, the input we had through the public comment period last year, as well as just continued communication with members of the public. I get emails routinely from members of the public to discuss various topics. They have various questions about our rules and regulations. They have questions about oil and gas development. we are in the process now that the rules and regulations have been, the oil and gas manual has been completed. The next step for our division is to update our website, our webpage on the Aurora Gov website. So we are in the process of that now. We're undergoing opportunities to review educational, components that we can add to the website to provide the education component to the public, and going back to them and providing education about not only what we're doing, but about oil and gas activities in general. So that's really the next step that we have to do as a division. And so really just feel like that, and as far as industry, on that side as well, we have routine meetings with our operators. We have a standing monthly meeting our team does with our major operator, Crestone Peak Resources, where, in addition to, routine emails and phone calls, we are able to ask them questions, get answers. They're able to ask us questions, discuss topics of interest that we need to stay on top of. We talk to our other operators, on a routine basis, and we get calls on occasion from other operators that are not currently operating in the city. So I just really feel like there being a point of contact is a major effort there and a major point of contribution that our division offers to the city. And then, coordinating communication between other departments as well. We have a bi-weekly meeting with about 25 people from other departments here within the city, our oil and gas check-in meeting, where we communicate, back and forth on permit applications that are in process, topics of, future concern that we need to be aware of, or what's going on, in the permitting and the inspection space. And so there's quite a bit of effort that we have engaged in for education. We feel like that kind of goes both ways, both receiving information from the public and presenting that to staff and council.
And Mayor, can I do a follow-up to a question?
Please proceed.
And then Mr. Pierce, how is the commission doing their civic engagement in terms of, I guess, if we have this division, what is happening on that side of your commission doing for this outreach and civic engagement piece that you find that's valuable or more valuable now that we have the division?
Yeah, Jeffrey has done a good job of engaging with the industry and getting calls and responding to emails from the industry. I was kind of hoping, now knowing that he's engaging with these industry folks, we would like to be part of that conversation. We honestly probably need to do a better job with engagement out in the public. I mean, that is something we've talked about doing, going to HOAs. The website improvements that Jeffrey mentioned a minute ago to the oil and gas page is really going to be a big help, because once that is set up and created, that is really an opportunity for our committee to go out and advertise, say, hey, public, can come and check our oil and gas website out. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to engage, and then engage not only with the public, but engage with oil and gas division on his conversations with industry.
I have a question for you, Mr. Pierce, and that is, to what extent did Mr. Moore approach you about this issue and sit down with you and discuss this with you and the commission?
I kind of heard about this proposed ordinance kind of secondhand. And
so he never informed you that he would be, in fact, I would say, giving testimony against the commission, that he's basically has administrative oversight for?
Yeah, and I understand staff's, being on city council before, I understand staff's kind of position when city council members ask for staff to do something. Normally they do it. So, maybe Mr. Moore should have come to our committee ahead of time and told us about this ordinance. But I think, he had a request from council member to talk about this ordinance, and that's what he did. So I just, that's just the way it goes in terms of staff interacting with council members, I think.
Sure. I think there's a difference between providing information and advocating for or against. Further questions or discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Can I just provide a response to that? Because yeah, initially, Mr. Moore was requested to provide that information to Councilmember Johnston as she was drafting. And then as I picked this up, certainly valued his input and opinion and asked him to continue providing that information. I don't think that it is fair or reasonable to accuse our staff of having some agenda to abolish commissions or committees. I don't think that it's fair to put that on him. That did not come from him as far as I understand. That originally came from Councilmember Johnston in the draft.
Further questions?
Mayor, may I respond to Mr. Pierce as well?
Please.
So originally Councilmember Johnson is the one that brought this ordinance to my attention. It was her desire to bring it up. Originally, I did not speak with Mr. Pierce about it for the purpose that I wasn't sure where it was going or if it would become forth. Councilmember Johnson did speak with Mr. Pierce directly. She informed me of that conversation, and that after that conversation, we spoke about it, and we talked about it at the next Oil and Gas Advisory Committee meeting after that conversation.
But you feel it's within your role to be an advocate for or against a particular position? Or do you feel it's a more appropriate role might just be providing information? Because you seem to be an advocate here.
Yeah, if I'm trying to be an advocate, if I appear to be an advocate, I'm not intending to be that. I'm trying to provide the information that I was requested to provide, which was, are we fulfilling the role that the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee was tasked with? I believe that we are. And the second question that I was asked to answer was, what is the attendance? Are members of the public and are members of the industry attending the meetings? Are they asking questions? Is there a cross communication between the committee and the public and the industry? Or is it just simply the committee members meeting together every other month? And so
Further discussion. Further discussion.
Mayor.
The council member McConnell.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a comment here. I kind of feel like we're shooting the messenger. The way I understand it, Mr. Moore did the job he was asked to do. I'm sorry if some of us, take umbrage with the results, but it seems like the committee has no attendance anymore and its purpose is being filled elsewhere. So just because we don't like that result, I don't think it's appropriate to attack staff.
Further questions or comments? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. Yeah, similar thoughts. And also, if we're going to ask staff to respond, if the mayor could please give them the courtesy of allowing them to finish their sentences, that would be great too. Thanks.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Oh, sorry. I'll let Councilmember Murillo go ahead.
Thanks, Councilmember Coombs. Also, just allowing council members to finish their sentences as well. I know that's a problem in the past.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So again, I think from my perspective, and I don't know if this was entirely the intent of Councilmember Johnston, is that really the approach was to bring oil and gas issues into a broader committee, again, in order to have more voices on issues that are really interrelated across a lot of different topics. Not just to eliminate those voices from the conversation. At least that's the way I view the role of the committee and the purpose of having the Oil and Gas Committee be wrapped into that, is that climate is an issue that cuts across a lot of different areas. And so I understand the view of the committee that they would like to remain a standalone committee. And again, as I stated, I'm willing to support that and bring this forward instead without the elimination of the Oil and Gas Committee as part of it. So bring it forward just as standalone, creating the Oil and Gas Commission. So can I just get a sense from my colleagues if you would support bringing the Climate Action Committee forward without the removal of the Oil and Gas Committee?
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I support that. I was fine with it, with the original version. I do hope that moving forward, and I don't know if this would be Chairman Pierce or if this would be someone else, but I do hope that, if the Oil and Gas Commission remains as a standalone committee, that there is a member who at least, even if they're not a member of the committee formally, attends this committee, because that environmental concern does, like you said, cut across you know, a lot of different areas. And I think it's really, really important that our Oil and Gas Commission have some more awareness about these larger conversations, especially with where the you know, air quality is here in Colorado. We've had more than 50 action days. We were ranked worst in the world. It's not just the smoke coming in from the wildfires. NOAA just released a new report about personal product VOCs and transportation emissions. The state has not been very good with their enforcement, not even just including oil and gas, I just mean across the board in reducing emissions. There is a very large problem that we have in this state that starts at the top. And as city leaders, I'm not done, thank you. As city leaders, it's incumbent upon us to protect the health and safety of our community. So I really hope that, given that we know that the oil and gas industry does, you know, impact the environment, that they are part of those conversations, at least listening in and attending the meetings so that they understand their role. And hopefully we can all do this for, you know, together. And I know that there are some industry folks, Conoco's gone, but they were very open to these conversations about how to do things, you know, better. So I would hope that industry would continue to follow their own previous comments on their efforts at sustainability by attending these meetings. Air quotes. Thank you.
Are you done? Thank you. Is there any objection? Oh, well, don't interrupt me. Oh my God. Councilmember Murillo, I just got interrupted. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Okay. Is there objection? Is there objection to moving the Coombs proposal forward?
Actually, I have a question.
Mayor, can I clarify that I would like to understand about moving it forward without the elimination of the Oil and Gas Committee?
What we're going to do is we're going to move it forward first as proposed, and then I'll allow you a second bite at the apple if it doesn't pass.
Object.
Is there objection?
Yeah, Bergen, object.
Okay, Bergen.
Mayor, I object to with the oil and gas. I like it to be on the separate though, to have a separate committee.
Lawson objects. Bergen objects.
Gruber objects.
Gardner.
Further objection? I show Lawson, Gruber, Gardner, and the Mayor Pro Tem as objecting. Are there any other objections?
Berzon's objective. Did you say me?
Yes. Okay, Berzon.
Yeah.
Okay. With 5 members in objection, it will not move forward. Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, Mayor. I think Councilmember Murillo was trying to speak and she's really faint, so we couldn't really hear her.
Councilmember.
Thank you. I was trying to give comments before the mayor's erratic outburst a few moments ago, which I hope we get emails about as well. I get emails about how I show up in meetings, but never about the rudeness that is displayed by the mayor to our colleagues. So again, just gonna renew the request to have kind of that parity and how people are treated on council. My thought or my comment that I wanted to express before we voted, which I was trying to gain the opportunity to speak, but I wasn't allowed. So I'll share now, was I liked that the oil and gas, climate action committee was broad. I liked that it was going to be a little more intersectional and a little more focused on climate issues and still including, key players with, in that conversation. So I thought that was a benefit and I liked the broad scope of it. So I would have supported that. And also given Mr. Moore's comments around, the state of the current Oil and Gas Commission. I would have also supported removing that since they would have also had a platform in this new committee as well. So, wanted to express that since I am now allowed to do so. Thank you.
So now the question before us is that it would be severed, if I'm correct in that, Councilmember Coombs, to where the Oil and Gas Advisory Commission would remain a standing advisory committee, and the Climate Action Committee then would move forward. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that is the request, is to move the proposal forward with all aspects except for for eliminating the Oil and Gas Committee.
Okay. Is there objection to moving it forward?
Objection.
Gardner. Sorry, I think somebody else objected.
I'm sorry.
Burzins.
Further objection?
Did you get Bergen?
No. Okay. Is there any further objection? Mayor objects, but it does not preclude Councilmember Coombs from moving forward.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I understood the objections about the ending of the Oil and Gas Committee. The only person that I heard any objection to climate actually being addressed from was Councilmember Gardner. So I guess, can I get some clarification from my colleagues on what would be required for us to be able to address this urgent issue that literally is about me being able to breathe for the rest of my life, all of our children and grandchildren being able to breathe and live and have water and air and land to be on for the rest of their lives? Like, what is objectionable about community input on that issue? And if so, can you please provide me with some guidance about what it would take to...
Well, Councilmember Coombs, I think that's a great discussion to have outside of the study session, because we've had a significant discussion on your proposal, and the proposal did not succeed. Doesn't mean you can't move it forward. And you can certainly have great discussions with other members of council during the interim. And you can, I believe you can make changes to it in accordance to those comments. I don't think we're going to resolve it tonight.
Mayor, I mean, it's an item on the agenda tonight, so it seems like a good time to talk about it. And again, the actual substance of the committee's purpose wasn't addressed. And if I'm going to bring it forward to a council meeting, it'd be ideal to have some information from my colleagues about what they'd like to see differently other than leaving the Oil and Gas Committee intact.
Further discussion on the Coombs proposal.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
I'm honestly shocked. Am I to believe that none of our colleagues have rationale for why they are opposing a climate action committee?
Further discussion.
Okay, check people's campaign contributions, folks.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, what is it? Councilmember Health.
Thank you. Maybe we can do a poll on who believes that climate change is real. Maybe that's a good place to start. Because I can't take my son out for a hike these days because the air quality is too high. And the new reports that are coming out have recommendations from the health department that are saying that if you aren't doing well here, you could move. That's how bad the air quality is. And so I know that a lot of people here already have children who are adults, but I have a son that's going to grow up in this environment and is going to grow up breathing this air. And for people who are constantly talking about how we need to be doing better for others and we need to be doing better for children and we need to be doing better for those who are more vulnerable, I can't imagine that no one has a proposal for what would it take to actually move forward with discussing climate change. And I just love seeing my colleagues looking down at their phones and texting each other right now. I can see it. So thank you for your concern,
Mayor,
for my family. I'm not done speaking, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think it is completely fair to ask, what proposals do you have that would get this to a place where you would be comfortable with people talking about things like air quality or the environment or how we can do better for our climate or for our city, or to protect the health and safety of our residents? And if there isn't a proposal that you can offer that would make this better and a stronger ordinance that you could support, then I have to assume that it's because you just don't care. So what are the proposals? Because that's what study session is for.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm texting because my brother-in-law in Colorado Springs is in the emergency room. That's why I'm texting. So he's been there for 3 hours. So is that okay? I think that's acceptable. Then I can text my sister, who's very concerned about her husband.
And I'm concerned about him too.
And I'm still talking. Thank you. I'm still talking. And secondly, we just took a vote. We don't do this in study session. You don't vote and then continue a discussion and ask for new proposals. If you want to have a new proposal, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to a committee and have a discussion on a new proposal. It's not appropriate right now.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
So speaking from firsthand experience, it's extremely difficult to bring forward a new proposal when people don't want to discuss the proposal in front of them, or at least give rationale as to why they can't support it. That's the purpose of a study session. So I'm honestly asking, can y'all please let us know what objections you had to Councilmember Coombs's proposal? Because I think this is a committee that we desperately need.
No, I think this is something that should occur. This is a regional problem. And it's something that we could advocate for if it's not at the state level with representatives from municipalities, which I think it is. But if it's not, then that's something we can argue for. But it absolutely makes no sense having it at the local level when this is a regional problem. Further discussion.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Councilmember Hills.
Would it be appropriate to perhaps have the Tri-County Health Department that you just drafted a resolution for to have maintained weigh in on the importance of discussing these issues? Would that be appropriate given that we sit in 3 counties?
Well, I think it's regional, meaning different metro area. So I think probably Dr. Cog.
Okay, so it's your definition. Thank you.
Mayor.
Further discussion. Councilmember Coombs.
So to clarify, as our representative on Dr. Cog, we literally just had a discussion at our work session about how, as the transportation planning agency, we can address only issues within our purview, and that we can't, for example, address land use issues or address issues that are the purview of the local government. I would also point out that most of the other cities in the metro area, including many that are much smaller than the city of Aurora, have these types of committees in place. And so this is not unprecedented or inappropriate to be addressed at the local level. There are numerous local issues that directly impact climate change. And so certainly we need to have regional, state, national, and global conversations, but local government has a specific purview, and we need to address the ways that we are impacting air quality, the ways that we as a city are impacting water quality, the ways that our specific decisions within our purview are determining whether or not we have a planet that's livable in the future. It is 100% our responsibility. And if we choose to shirk that responsibility, then that's pretty shocking and appalling. And again, all I would like to understand, because actually the Oil and Gas Committee said they fully support bringing forward a climate action committee. They just want to continue to be in existence themselves, doing the work that they've done. So if the oil and gas industry and community members that support the oil and gas industry support this, I am confused. Like, what specific things do I need to change before I bring this to the full council? Because yes, I have the ability to bring it to the full council, but if I do that and it fails, then I have to wait 6 months. So what
Okay.
can I do between now and then?
Question for the city attorney. We have, I've gotten a sense of the council, and 2 iterations of this proposal did not move forward. Is there, and I realize that we're just in an informal discussion, but is there there's no call for the question in this, but at what point in time is this a settled question for purposes of the study session?
Oh, again, the formal rules of Robert's rules don't apply to study sessions, nor do the council's rules allow for motions or items like that. So what you're looking at is simply the chair's discretion in moving the item forward.
In moving the item forward, well, the item did not move.
So ending the discussion and moving on to the next.
Okay, then in the discussion. Next item is item 4B, City Council IT support expansion. Scott Newman.
Good evening, or good later evening, City Council. This item will probably be brief. I just wanted to provide you a quick update. As you know, that previously we had already been providing council support Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We, working with the city manager's office and the council support staff, we've expanded those hours to be 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We do ask that you first reach out to the council support staff, right now manned by Stephanie Swan, until Susan Barkman's former role is filled, and she will help you vet some of those issues up front, see if she can help with them, and if not, then she will assist in opening any IT support tickets. But just to be brief, we wanted to let you know that we are now offering that support 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. outside of city recognized holidays. And if there's any questions.
Other questions of staff?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, who's?
Gardner.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you for the brief presentation. So I'm just curious, what was the impetus for this? Were the previous support hours not meeting the needs of council? And where I'm going with that is I'm just concerned about the increased cost of having additional support hours and the impact to staff about having to be available kind of outside regular business hours if it's not really necessary.
Sure, that's a great question, Councilman Gardner. We noticed we had several issues and requests that were documented that came in either late Friday or on a Saturday or on a Sunday. As you all know, you have to meet on Mondays, and sometimes those requests came in late on Friday or over the weekend, specific to eScribe or the packets that you were trying to achieve in advance of the meeting. And there was just concern that we could address those issues timely enough to allow you to prepare for the meeting on Monday.
All right, thanks.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I don't believe action. That was for information only. Thank you very much, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Item number 4C, Capital Infrastructure Master Plan, Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Cindy Collett, Public Works Director. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Capital Improvement Master Plan for Public Works, specifically related to transportation. We'll come back at a later time with the facilities. So I'm just gonna jump right into it. Oops. All right, so the original master plan update was published back in November of 2019, and COVID happened, so things changed a bit. At that time, we had about 63 projects on there, totaling about $980 million. So since that time, we've gone through refinements. We've removed some projects that have already been programmed. We removed projects that have been or will be completed by development that we firmed up. We're going to be dividing a few of the projects into segments. I'll talk about that in a minute. We refined some of our scopes and estimates. We categorize the projects into different types, and then we prioritize the projects within each type. And so when we came down to the refinements,
Cindy, you're coming in broken a little bit.
We ended up with about 55 of those projects at about 770 million. As I mentioned, we categorized them by type, if you're interested in looking at that. So tonight, a really brief overview of our capital project fund utilization. I'm only going to talk about the top 5 priorities at the most in each category, and then if there's any questions. So looking at the annual appropriations for public works, as most of you know, a lot of that goes to our maintenance for streets and a little bit for bridges and traffic signals. We have an amount of miscellaneous street improvements where we do minor improvements to fix little issues in the city. And we have traffic signal construction, bike ped master plan implementation, traffic calming, and a few other items. What I'll note over for you here, we also have one-time funding, but we've been very successful getting the Dr. Cog tip funding of about 2 million this year. And then those matches are going to go to 9 Mile, Highline Canal Trail, Savannah Transit improvements. Those are just a few of the Dr. Cog projects that we were successful in. So for bridges, we have top ranked projects. We're always working around ensuring infrastructure that's well maintained and operated. And so we've got 5 bridges here that came in at the top priority. The first one being Peoria over Sand Creek, which is between 25th, also Fitzsimmons Parkway, and then also 30th. We have a pinch point here where the bridge goes down to 4 lanes and it's 6 lanes on each side. This is the lowest rated bridge that we have in the city as well. And so it's kind of high on our priority list to make improvements and fix the issues out here for that excellent infrastructure. So there are structural safety concerns. It's not meeting the capacity needs. Multimodal is not really known here. We have very narrow sidewalks we need to improve. And also the travel reliability and mobility overall to get to our employment center access for the Anschutz campus. Next on the list, this is our second lowest rated bridge in the city, and it is Peoria over First Creek north of 26, where we have a lot of development going on. This is kind of close to where Shamrock is being built and some of those other large developments. It is our second lowest rated bridge, as I mentioned. The development community has some obligation, but per the agreement, we're responsible for 5 million. This is in design right now, so we're trying to track that to make sure that we get this constructed in a timely manner. Again, the benefits, structural issues, capacity issues with large trucks. As you'll see, no multimodal aspects out there. Next on the list is the Gartrell Bridge widening over E470. Aurora Parkway is here to the right. Dry Creek Road and the Super Target are over here to the left. And these are the off ramps. And this 6-lane section on either side narrows down to a 3-lane section. And it really needs to be a full 5-lane section so we can bring all the vehicles through that are trying to across the bridge. There are also no pedestrian facilities or bike facilities on the bridge right now. And the sight distance is very difficult getting on and off of the on-ramps. Right now, this project is going to be in design here shortly. The design is funded by the South Aurora Regional Improvement Authority. And this was a good partnership where they have funded the design, but we have not identified the capital funding yet, although we've been talking with the board about it. And this is also an important bridge for E470. And then the Alameda Bridge over I-225, Abilene Street over here on the right, the I-225 configuration and Potomac to the left. This is a phase 3 that was developed 20 plus years ago when this was first reconstructed to this configuration that it's in now. As many of you know, the southbound off-ramp often backs up onto 225, and there's always significant congestion in this area here with the 2 ramps. So our suggestion is going to be to actually reevaluate the area to make sure what the right solution is for Alameda and 225. But there are no good pedestrian facilities. The sidewalk is maybe 3 feet wide, no bike facilities. So that is our next priority. And finally, from the bridge side of things, this is again over E470. The on and off ramps north is up here. We are seeing that these intersections at Jewel are needing to be signalized here in the fairly near future. We also have a narrow section here and getting a lot of vehicles from everything to the east. For the city of Aurora, even with the Hogan Parkway extension. So again, capacity, multimodal accessibility. There's a trail in the area now, thanks to E470's project, and not good connectivity of folks getting to the trail and even some families trying to access the trail using the facility as it is now. So. All right, then we'll get to the roadway and intersections. Again, ranking these by need, capacity issues, ensuring excellent infrastructure, congestion problems. So this is the Gun Club Road improvements. This right here is the intersection of Quincy and Gun Club, which Arapahoe County just did a great intersection improvement here. It has improved from a level of service F to operating at a level of service B now. But the missing piece is we have a 2-lane section of Gun Club Road all the way over here where into Aurora Parkway as you're getting closer to the Southlands Mall area. Right now, the SRIA board, South Aurora Regional Improvement Authority, is doing the preliminary design and relocation, and we're doing that in partnership with Arapahoe County. We've both put in, SRIA and Arapahoe County have both put in $2.3 million, and that should get us through the preliminary design as well as some of the utility relocations. Again, construction funding still to be determined. This is a huge capacity issue in this area. This roadway carries 2.5 times the volume that it should be for a 2-lane facility. We've got safety issues, no multimodal options, and it'll improve the travel reliability and mobility in the area. All right, moving a little bit further south, here is Smoky Hill Road, where it goes along Blackstone, and County Line Road on the other side of Blackstone. And we have a missing piece of agreement here for widening this roadway. As development occurs in this area, we continue to get more and more backups out here, and especially as development occurs to the east as well. So increasing the capacity, trying not to get into some of those interesting 2-lane roads where we've got good facilities on either side and we have a pinch point in the middle. All right. This project specifically, we are actually working on phasing this a little bit differently. We have a project from Airport Boulevard to Tower right now, looking at a 4-lane section. It's one of City Council's priority projects. We're in design right now, but the missing piece that we have is from Tower tying into Stephen D. Hogan Parkway to the east in order to widen that section as well. So ultimately, it should be a 6-lane arterial at some point in the future. But as I mentioned, we are going to phase this project and break it out. And we're going to look at this Tower Road to Stephen D. Hogan Parkway potentially as only a 4-lane. So this number will decrease and we'll have a little bit better information for the next presentation. Here is Stephen D. Hogan Parkway and Piccadilly. A couple miles or a mile or two up to the north, we have our new I-70 and Piccadilly interchange that will be constructed. And this is a missing piece of road that needs to be reconstructed. There are very significant vertical site distance issues here. And so this completes our obligation for getting Piccadilly to the correct section as we're going up to the I-70 interchange project. And it will help with access to and from Hogan Parkway as well. All right. Again, out east a little bit, we're at the Quincy and Gun Club intersection here. Quincy Avenue, sorry about that, is heading to the east here. And this is the access not only to Capstick, but our future SEAM facility. And we also have a significant number of bikes that use this as a training ground. Arapahoe County, partnering with the city of Aurora, has completed a preliminary design for this section. And we're looking at trying to do an interim section that will allow us to provide a little bit better facilities for the bikes, even out here on a sidewalk. Construction funding has not been identified yet. However, this is also on the South Aurora Regional Improvement Authority master plan. And one of the benefits that we see out of here is that now that we've connected Harvest Road all the way past Infinity Middle School, we're seeing a lot more traffic accessing this. And so it's increasing the volume on a 2-lane facility. And although it's operating better at Quincy and Gun Club, there is a need to address the capacity and safety issues out there. All right, so the next is around traffic. And then I have one more about ADA with the bike ped updates. So for traffic signal construction, you saw on one of the slides that we have about $700,000 annually for a traffic signal construction, whether it's a rebuild or a new signal. Right now, that is about 1.5 traffic signals. That's what we have budget for a year. And we are finding that we have areas within the core of the city or that are not part of a development agreement that need signalization. So by adding annual capital costs about $2.25 million, we'll be able to add about 5 signals per year. That will also help us address some of our old span wires and also where we have traffic signals that have probably been in service for 40 to 50 years, and they're just failing in the condition that they're in. So the next 3 items are really around finding a way so that we can make our traffic signal system more responsive and adaptable to the traffic volumes as they increase, and also getting us connection to the signal system in the appropriate manner. So right now, our traffic signal system, which sits up at North Satellite, we don't have a system that can update remotely generally. A lot of times we actually have to go out to the individual signals to make adjustments or make sure they're operating correctly. So if we can upgrade the server at about $550,000, that's going to eliminate a lot of the need for us to go out to the sites. And we can also then remotely check the traffic signals to make sure that they're operating properly. And that'll help us also decrease delay in some of those associated environmental impacts. So the next piece of the signal system is fiber communications. I know this is a big number right here. It's for a full 95 miles of fiber through the city. However, we are phasing this in and have a recommendation. I'll provide some better information in the future, where we would prioritize Chambers, Smoky Hill, and Aurora Parkway to install fiber. It would get us all the way from North Satellite all the way down to Talon's Reach and help improve some of the needs for the Talon's Reach folks as well. We're working with IT and water also so that we can connect to their facilities along that route. And if we were able to put fiber communications in along that stretch I just mentioned, it's in the $8 million range. If we added another series of arterials such as Hampton or Quincy, parts of Gun Club for a little bit of redundancy, it would probably be another 8 million. So we're looking at a little bit better phasing on that to tie in not only with the server update, but then the fiber to improve the reliability and response times, because fiber is much more dependable than the wireless that we have now. And then finally, if we update the traffic signal controllers, and those are the brains of the intersection, a controller is at every intersection and it tells the signal what to do. Many of our controllers are nearing their end of life and we're not compliant with current standards. Also, the older controllers can't be updated remotely. They don't support ITS or intelligent traffic systems, including smart cities, and some of those adaptive traffic control components we would like to install. So for controllers throughout the city, it would be about $5.5 million. But again, we're looking at a phase that would just address Chambers, Smoky Hill, and Aurora Parkway right now. We're confirming some of those adaptive traffic signal control costs for that area. I think those numbers will come in somewhere between the $5 and $10 million range, and that would be both controllers and confirming some of those adaptive control costs. And so what that would do for that corridor is give us real good functionality and the ability to address the signal system remotely and improve our ability to respond to situations. Finally, I'm done. This is for our ADA sidewalk compliance. We do have Dr. Cog funding to address arterial issues right now. It's about the total is about $3.5 million, but a portion of that is also for some of the collectors. So our capital cost to update the needs on the arterial sidewalks is still around the 4.7 million range. And then we will be performing an ADA transition plan update here shortly. We're getting the RFP out now, and that will include making updates on collectors and neighborhood streets. And so we're suggesting an ongoing operating but capital costs so that we can address the needs of the ADA transition plan update to meet the ADA requirements. And with that, I will open it for questions.
Oops. Questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
4D, ARPA community engagement update. Charisse, I think it's Canales, community engagement manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Charisse Canales, and I'm the new community engagement manager within the Housing and Community Services Department. And it's my pleasure to provide you just with a brief update on our community engagement efforts that we'll be planning on over the next couple months around the American Rescue Plan Act. So as a reminder, the city of Aurora will be receiving a one-time direct payment of $65.4 million in federal aid funding for COVID relief. And this was part of a federal aid package passed this spring to support communities in their recovery for COVID-19. We've identified a number of focus areas for this federal funding. The first one being community assistance, and that includes things such as small business relief, could be a homeless shelter, family assistance. We're also looking at infrastructure support. So that could be expansion of broadband services or hotspots to the community. It can also support service preservation, which includes items such as support to our nonprofit partners or support to our essential workers. So really the goal of our community engagement around the ARPA funding is to hear directly from our community members what their most pressing needs are and what's going to make the biggest impact on their lives in recovering from our COVID-19 pandemic. So there has been a core team that has been meeting over the last month or so to really come together to build out this engagement plan around the ARPA funding to prioritize how we'll make those allocations. So we have folks from my community engagement division. We're working closely with our communications team, as well as our DEI office and our Office of International and Immigrant Affairs. So really, we're trying to look holistically about how we're going to hear directly from our community to get the community voice into our decision-making processes. And so we're planning to launch a number of feedback opportunities this week, and I'll dive into what those will look like in this brief presentation. And we'll continue gathering feedback over the next month and a half. We plan to compile all of the community feedback that we receive and come back to council for the October 4th study session. And in that conversation, we can provide a snapshot of what the community told us their priorities were and what their biggest needs are in recovering from COVID, and help council make those decisions around how they'll allocate the funding. So the first strategy that we plan to use is first to develop different opportunities and platforms to collect this community feedback. And we want to make sure that we're creating a wide range of opportunities and platforms to ensure that this process is accessible to as much of our community as possible. So the first tactic we'll use is to create a project on Engage Aurora, our city's online community engagement platform. And so on our ARPA project page, which we'll be able to find at engageaurora.org/ARPA, the community will be able to fill out different surveys and provide their ideas to really tell us what their biggest priorities are and how they hope to see us allocate this funding. We'll also be providing a survey and paper copy for those folks in our community who may not be as comfortable with the online format. We can distribute that through our community partners. We'll also be creating small input cards that we can distribute in our different community hubs, like key restaurants or cultural centers. And we'll be hosting 4 to 6 virtual community listening sessions to really have a conversation with our community and with our community partners around, again, what are the biggest priorities and what will make the biggest impact on the citizens of Aurora's day-to-day lives. And we do want to note that we are trying to make this as accessible as possible. So we'll be partnering closely with the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to translate materials and reach out to those partners. The second strategy, once we've created these platforms for feedback, we need to promote them. And so the communications team will be leading a lot of this effort with doing press releases, especially to non-English media, and using our This is Aurora electronic newsletter, as well as our September water bill. We'll use outlets such as social media, our neighborhood organizations newsletter. We can do a segment on Mayor Mike Live, and definitely partnering with our different community leaders, organizations, recreation centers to distribute this information far and wide, because we want to use this as an opportunity to build relationships and build trust with our community, to have them put their community voice in this big decision. And lastly, we'll be establishing a presence at key community events and at different key facilities to gather input. So our team will make ourselves available for presentations at different council ward meetings. We've developed a list of community events and hope to host different engagement activities at events throughout our community over the next 2 months. And then, as I said, we'll be collaborating with key partners like our Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to reach our diverse communities in Aurora, and working with partners like our library to do some static engagement displays. So as folks are going into the community hubs that they already have trust in, that they can continue to participate and weigh in over the next 2 months. So as far as our next steps, we'll be launching all of these different engagement efforts through early October. We'll compile the results, help come up with some key recommendations for council, and then we'll come back to the October 4th council study session to help you all in that conversation around how we'll allocate those funds. So I wanted to keep the engagement efforts brief for you tonight as we're just ramping up, but happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited to see this. This was some feedback that I had shared from a conference that we attended around a public process around this large tranche of money that we'll be receiving. And I'm really excited to see that we have a robust, coordinated effort to be able to do this, because I think that when people think about government accountability, that's a lot of money. And I think people should know where it's going and should have input in that as well. So I'm just really happy that that the team is taking this on. A couple of things in these conversations. One of the things that I wanted to highlight, or for us to be able to capture information on, is barriers to some of our programming. As an example, I've gotten, if maybe some other council members have as well, around some of the other business relief grants and just other grants that we've had to pass through, and just the amount of difficulty that people have experienced trying to access those dollars, whether it's a requirement, like really confusing requirements, or 3 months later they still haven't gotten their check. So my question is, are we going to talk about and ask people for barriers that they might have experienced in prior rounds of funding, so that we could try to overcome that this time?
That is an excellent. And the point of these conversations is to make sure that they're as open of a dialogue as possible with our community. So we want to hear things like that. And so I certainly think that could be included in, especially the facilitated community listening sessions. We want to walk through this whole process with our community to make sure that we can help them recover as easily as possible through this pandemic.
Wonderful. Mayor, I have another question. You're muted, I think.
Please.
Okay. And then the other thing was, I see that there's going to be translation for kind of the major languages. Can we make it clear when we're advertising this, the potential to use our language access program? Because I'm just concerned that I understand from like a financial resource that we can't translate it, all of our materials to over 130 languages. I totally understand that. I just don't want people to feel excluded. And I want us to be able to communicate that we have other resources to translate materials, so that we are being as inclusive as possible. I think it's particularly relevant, given, that in some other countries, there might be other ethnic minority groups that, I think we want to be sensitive to the fact that we're reaching all, minority groups, all groups within a particular country, and that might be more than one main language.
Absolutely. And that's why we want to partner so closely with the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, because we have those existing programs that they can make sure that folks know that we have access to. We want to put this information about this feedback opportunity out to these diverse groups and partner with different nonprofits that are serving this. So absolutely, we will make sure to know that, or to outreach to the community that there are these resources, and we want to include as many people as possible.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, you said you were going to do 4 to 6 community listening sessions. I just want to make sure that there would be one in Ward 6 since we're so far away from the center of the city. Would you be doing it virtual, or are you going to be doing it actually in our community?
We'll be doing these virtually. And, you know, we want to stagger different times of day, different days of the week, just to accommodate as many folks' schedules as possible. So really mindful of that. And then, you know, obviously we'd want to reach out to council and make sure that you all are able to invite your constituents so that they're participating.
So this would be open to everyone in the city at the same time versus it's not segmented by areas.
Correct. And our team can come to your different ward meetings as well if you want something a little bit more targeted. There will be those opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
5A, amendments to the campaign finance reform or finance ordinance. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Rachel Allen to get us going.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Marcano. If I may, our outside counsel for this campaign finance item is having some connectivity issues. Would it be possible to do item 5B before 5A, just to give Mr. Gruskin a few more minutes to connect?
Absolutely. Item number 5B, ballot question changing the eligibility for registered electors to run for office. Councilmember Gruber.
What we've learned in the discussions about about the ballots or about the campaigns in Aurora are specifically that in order that our charter is in conflict with the state constitution. Our charter says that no felon is allowed to run for public office. The charter says no felon is allowed to run for public office. The Constitution, state constitution, says that some felons are allowed to run, and what it does is to specifically exclude felons. There's only 2 ways to modify our charter. One is a vote, and then another is by a judge who would rule part of our charter unconstitutional. What this ballot initiative would do would be to ask the people of Aurora to change our charter so as to comply with the state constitution. So this would go on the November ballot. The text is each council member, when elected, shall be a registered elector, shall be a citizen of the United States of America, and shall have resided in the city of Aurora for at least 1 year prior to the date of the election, and shall have reached their 21st birthday prior to the date of the election. Council members elected from wards shall also be 1 year residents and registered electors of their respective wards from which they were elected. A person who has been convicted of, and this is where the change is, currently our charter says a felony. What the ballot measure will do is to change a felony, to eliminate a felony. So a person who is convicted of embezzlement of public money, bribery, perjury, solicitation of bribery, or subordination of perjury shall not become a candidate nor hold elective office. No council member shall hold any other elected public office nor be a salaried employee of the city of Aurora. And it's a yes or no question. So what I'm asking council to do tonight is to support this, move it into a regular meeting, and then at the regular meeting, we would vote to put this on the ballot so the people of Aurora can modify our charter.
Discussion?
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Could someone from the city attorney's office please explain the memo? Because the way I read that, it shows that we would not be able to get this done in time to actually get it on the ballot.
Staff.
Council, Mayor, this is Jack Pajorg, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, the memo does describe the process and the hurdles for getting this on this election ballot. The problem is that the question or the ballot needs to be certified by the city clerk by September 3rd. An ordinance, and this does require an ordinance for approval because this is an amendment to the charter. the ordinance wouldn't be final until the 16th. That would be the second reading. And then there's also a period for publication after that. So roughly mid-October before the ordinance would be final. The big problem with this is the second reading falling after the required certification of the ballot.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Because of the timing, because I think it is important to have this go to the voters so that we're not in violation of the charter, and that the voters have that ability to vote on this. Could we not, I mean, I understand the timeline with the, with the introduction of the ordinance and then the final reading, similar to a waiver of reconsideration that we do. Is there no way to combine the first and final reading due to this time?
The ordinance, for an ordinance, it requires 2 publications.
Oh, 2 publications.
The only thing you can do is with an emergency ordinance, and that I addressed that in the memo, that eliminates the need for the 30 days after publication period, but it still requires two publication dates. So the short answer is no. And I guess I would defer to Katie if there was an appetite for another meeting just to handle one issue. If that would be feasible based on the publication schedule. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's I think that's a council question.
May I have a follow-up, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just so you have on here, ballot question, blah, blah, blah. Okay, city clerk required to certify by September 3rd. Why couldn't that be moved up?
So that is by statute.
Oh,
that is the latest to participate in the coordinated election. If she misses that date, our election is not handled by the counties.
Okay, so if we could possibly move up the schedule, is that what I heard or no?
I think it's unlikely, and I'm asking Katie not for the council calendar or the council willingness to do this. I understand the mayor's concern. That would be your call, but whether or not, just from a calendar standpoint, if a special meeting, even calling a special meeting for the final, would satisfy the publication requirements, because you have to publish it at least 5 days before the second reading. And I think we're too close on publication dates with the Sentinel. But again, Katie, I don't know if you know the answer to that.
Yeah, let me verify this, but from looking at the publication dates for ordinances and then checking it against the calendar for the council meetings and study sessions already put in place. And then if you do have a special meeting, it doesn't look like we would be able to meet the first and second publication and reconsideration period for it to be effective in time. But let me do some logistics and messing around with the dates, and I'll get you a confirmative answer in a second.
Do you need time to where I should go move back to 5A, Katie?
Yes, if you want to go on to further questions, then I can have some time to look at the calendars and make sure and give you specific dates.
Do you need us to take a recess?
That's up to you, Mayor. If council has additional questions they want to address right now.
5B.
Mayor, can I ask a question while we're to Mr. Dahl?
Please.
Mr. Dahl, I just had a question in the language that we have here. So it says, I understand a candidate cannot be elected for office. No council member shall hold any other elected public office. So, and then I understand about being salaried employee of the city of Aurora. So if you're a council member and are you basically holding, that person can't run for state, they couldn't run for federal? I guess I'm just trying to understand, we're trying to change the charter for council. but our charter, but are we still subjected, if you're a person, a council member who has done any of these things, I guess, is that what that's saying? You can't hold any other office, you can't run for anything at a state level and at a federal level, school board, anything like that? And is that I mean, can we actually do that? Because aren't rules, isn't that the decision kind of based on what those bylaws and those rules are?
Sure.
I guess I'm kind of understanding that.
Fair question, and Jack or Rachel may want to weigh in as well, but my take on that is twofold. One, the charter, of course, your charter can only control what elected officials in Aurora are elected to hold office, et cetera. It can't effectively set qualifications for persons running for Congress, for example. Aurora can't do that. What I believe the intention of the provision here is to talk about elective office in the city. Now, having said that, you've received my advice that the Colorado Constitution does control, and to the extent that other bodies, school board, et cetera, need to conform to the Constitution, they have the same, they're governed in the same way. But for the scope of Charter Section 3-3, the intention, I believe, is to focus on the elective offices within the city.
Just the way that looks to me, and I'm just saying, if maybe I'm looking to, no council member shall hold any other elected public office.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. With respect to that last sentence, that's not uncommon to say in home rule charters, to say, look, we don't want you holding elective office as a county commissioner, for example, as a county treasurer. That occasionally does come up. And what that last sentence is saying is that's another restriction on the eligibility to hold elective office in Aurora. We want you to only be an Aurora elected official, not also being an elected official in some other jurisdiction or being a salaried employee. And the city's charter has full authority to make that restriction. Many cities don't have that in their charters, but Aurora does, and that's a restriction that's absolutely enforceable. I'm sorry, I didn't fully understand your question to begin with.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I follow Councilmember Lawson's concerns because we are a part-time council, and it is not unheard of for an elected official, I think, at the state level, to also hold a local school board position. And so I think that's the question, because we're considered part-time. None of us make enough money doing this to be able to, pay the bills. And it's not always conducive to having a traditional job, and certainly not conducive to someone who may be working unconventional hours. And so it's just, I think, an additional prohibition. Now, if someone wants to run for two offices, I mean, there could certainly be some conflicts of interest that would come up that would require a lot of recusing. So that's, of course, something to be mindful of. But I do share some of Councilmember Lawson's concerns on that specific prohibition.
And I will say in response to that, if I may, that you recognize that appropriately and you're stuck with it, because that is in fact a provision that is enforceable. The voters have put that in your charter. They've said if you need to support yourself, you're going to have to find something other than being a salaried employee of the city or an elected official elsewhere to be able to do that. And as you know, very often, sitting council member will run for another office. If they're elected, it's decision time, and they're going to have to decide which office they're going to hang on to.
Further discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. This might just be a great time to start the conversation with the general public about making Aurora a full-time council for those who are interested in doing that.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just wanted to point out that the reason that we did this, or the reason that I created this, and it may not be able to succeed, was that we had a person in the city that was who wanted to run for a city council position. I don't believe that person has filed. I don't believe that person has standing any longer because they have not filed. And I think we have passed the filing date. But the point is that that person had a felony conviction that wasn't one of the ones listed in the state constitution. So the city had talked about creating an ordinance that would allow that person to run, but the ordinance would have created a dilemma where we would have had to have violated the city charter. This is an effort to fix that. If we don't fix it at this year, I hope that I will not be on council next year. I hope that the council next year would add this to the ballot to make sure that the charter and the constitution are similar, have the same wording.
Mayor, this is Katie.
Katie?
Yes, I was looking at the dates for publication and we would not meet the requirements. We have to publish 7 days prior to the final passage. And so if the ballot question is introduced August 23rd and I have to certify the ballot content on September 3rd, having a special meeting in between that time wouldn't allow for publication, and the effective date would be 30 days from the second publication, which would be after the ballot certification on September 3rd.
Further discussion.
Mayor, given that knowledge, I will rescind this ordinance. Again, this was a good faith effort to make the charter follow the Constitution. And again, I'll ask that the following council, add this to the ballot next year.
Very well. Let me, okay. Can Councilman Gruber move forward with a proposal that would, even though that would make it effective for what would it be? I guess the next ballot would be 2020.
Mayor, point of order.
2022.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, never mind.
Mayor.
The question is, I think I had a question for staff on that.
Yeah, the answer would be yes. The ordinance as it's presented now, it has it going to the ballot in November of this year. However, that's obviously the issue. With support of council, it could be included on the for first reading at the next council meeting or a subsequent council meeting prior to council member Gruber being off council, and then it would just stay and hold until the whatever election it's designated to be included.
Okay, very well. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say this has come up in the past, and typically we don't bind future councils to something that is a ballot-related issue. This came up 2 years ago with could we hold over something, and we as a majority, I think unanimously at the time, decided that we weren't going to force the next council to do that. And with several of us automatically not returning just because we're either not running or we're termed out, I think it would be more appropriate for the next council to pick that back up and have that conversation as a body.
Further discussion. Further discussion. Councilmember Coombs.
I would just add too that I would like to see more conversation about a charter review commission and other mechanisms for getting community input on changes to the charter, even ones that seem pretty straightforward. So certainly I appreciate the intent, Councilman Gruber, but I do think that as we're looking at doing this moving forward, making changes to the charter, that we should find a way to get robust public input in that process prior to adding things to the ballot.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So currently the way that section of the charter is written, we've been told we're in violation of state statute. So if we move this forward to, I know we're not going to meet the deadline for this November, but we are trying to correct that situation so that we're not in violation of the state statute. I think it makes sense to go ahead and move it forward.
If I could address that.
Please.
You really have two issues here. One, of course, is the timing and when, what's the next election you really could do that change on, and you just had that discussion. But meanwhile, and your question is, meanwhile, what do we do? What situation are we in? And you'll recall that question came up at the last meeting, and I'll answer it in the same way, which is that if there is a conflict between your charter and the Constitution prevails. It prevails here. And so continuing to allow people to pull nomination petitions, et cetera, despite the fact of a felony conviction, means you're complying with the state constitution. And the advice you've received from me consistently, and the advice we've given to the city clerk consistently, is where the state constitution prevails, you conform to it, ignore that one particular provision of your charter, and you are able clearly to defend yourself from not imposing the charter restriction because you're instead complying with a preemptive constitutional provision, and that will protect you until you've had the chance to have the charter changed. Meanwhile, as I think I indicated in 2 previous meetings, if the ordinance passes, we'll likely also add a little note on the charter that will reference the discussion we're just now having, so that people are aware that they should look to the Constitution for that particular qualification list, not the charter.
Further questions, discussion? Councilmember Gruber, you wish to withdraw?
I'll withdraw.
Very well. Item number 5A, amendments to the campaign finance ordinance. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mayor. I will once again pass it off to Rachel Allen and Mark Gruskin.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Marcano. At the request of council, we are bringing this item back to study session with 2 attachments. The first attachment is on page 518 of your backup. This was also distributed to council last Monday, August 9th. And what that first attachment is the agreed upon language by opposing counsel to address the issues that were raised in the lawsuit that was filed earlier this year. And opposing counsel has agreed that the language in the first amendment and the first attachment would moot the lawsuit. The second attachment we also included at the request of council, and that second attachment is our amendments that would repeal Ordinance 2020-58 that council passed late last year, and it would reenact the prior code provisions. And Mark Gruskin is also online to answer any questions. I'm also available to answer any questions.
Questions to staff. Oh, you know what? Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to turn the virtual gavel over to you to run the meeting from this point forward.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Do we have comments or questions from council members?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I just want to once again thank Rachel and Mark for all the work and the collaboration they've put into this. The changes that are before you all, I think, maintain the spirit and intent of the original ordinance while satisfying the county courts and the changes that, the issues that they had with the language. So I think this still enshrines a lot of the transparency and notifications and public information that we were really shooting for while, satisfying the court's concerns. So.
Okay, further comments or discussion? Questions?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just want to point out that during the debate, there were several issues in addition to the ones that were brought in the lawsuit, where we were concerned about the constitutionality and the fact that this was written by a left-wing organization. I think it's created a lot of confusion in this ballot, And I didn't like it when it was voted on. I don't like it now, and I think the best way forward is to repeal and replace. The ordinance that we had prior to this was negotiated by Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Richardson. It was voted on unanimously. It wasn't controversial, and it served the city well. This one has gone too far, and I think it needs to be eliminated, and we'll go back to what we had before.
Thank you. Other comments?
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
So I understand folks wanting to use a lawsuit as an opportunity to fully overturn items that were voted on by council, by a council majority, especially taking advantage of the fact that we have a vacancy to try to do that. I understand that political motivation is one that one might have. However, there's been a lot of conversation about compromise and how maybe we as a council need to learn to compromise. And I think taking out significant provisions, modifying significant provisions that are to the satisfaction of the opposing council, who represents a member of this body who filed a lawsuit against the city regarding the law, is a way that we compromise. We say, okay, you don't get to have all of the things that you voted for or that you thought might be good, but you can still have some transparency, some accountability, and the desires of opposing counsel and also their client are also met in terms of removing those aspects that were considered problematic legally. So I think given that we have hired someone to address this issue for us, to defend this lawsuit in court, and that they have negotiated with opposing counsel amendments that would be effective at getting rid of the lawsuit, getting rid of the ongoing costs, that's the course that we should take. So that's just my opinion on the matter, and that is what I will support.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Gruber.
So we need to take a step back. This is not about a compromise. This is about the fact that this council passed an unconstitutional law. And then you're right, the mayor filed suit against the fact that it was an unconstitutional law. So compromise is not, that has nothing to do with compromise. This is the fact that the city is going to lose this lawsuit. The city is going to fight this lawsuit. In the fact that we're doing any of this is because it was unconstitutional. That's why I go back. The best compromise is that recognize that it was an unconstitutional law, recognize that the best solution forward is to go back to an ordinance, a law that was passed unanimously by council, and move forward with that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Let's go ahead, Councilmember Coombs.
So if we can get Mr. Gruskin to weigh in as to whether or not anyone has stated that the law in its entirety is unconstitutional, and then if we can get Rachel to weigh in on the severability clause that goes into our city's ordinances when they're being written.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Did you want me to respond then?
If you could, please.
Sure. No suggestion has been made that anything, if the council were to adopt the amendments to the current ordinance as proposed, there's been no suggestion to me by opposing counsel or anyone involved in the litigation process that there are any remaining issues or allegations of unconstitutionality as to the amended ordinance. And just as a matter of my independent judgment, I've reviewed the complete ordinance, and I'm not aware of any, based on my experience in the campaign finance field, I'm not aware of any issues in what would be the amended ordinance that would present issues of unconstitutionality.
I have a question. If it was repealed basically, and then reverted back to the original campaign finance ordinance that was a bipartisan approved by a bipartisan council, I mean, then the fact that this is unconstitutional currently in its current stage, that goes away as well, correct? I mean, the lawsuit goes away.
Correct.
Because you would just be getting rid of this entire campaign finance ordinance that some members on council did not vote for because they found other parts of it to not be right.
Madam Pro.
Well, if I could finish.
Oh, sure.
And so anyway, so if it was repealed, it could be replaced with the original campaign finance ordinance, correct?
Is that question posed to the mayor or to me?
I'm sorry, to you.
Okay. If the prior ordinance was enacted again in the place of the existing ordinance, I am informed by counsel to the mayor that the lawsuit would likewise be moot. So both actions would result in a mooting of the lawsuit as described to me by the mayor's counsel.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, somebody to say that that this agreement strips the unconstitutional provisions from the ordinance, and so I support the agreement.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
I don't believe that we got the answer from Rachel regarding the severability clause that's included in our ordinances when they're drafted.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Rachel, could you?
Absolutely, thank you. In all of our ordinances, we include language typically towards the bottom of the ordinance, and it's a severability clause. So to say it plainly is if one particular portion of the ordinance is declared unconstitutional or for any reason invalid or unenforceable, the rest of the ordinance still stands. So that's the language that is standard included in almost all of our ordinances. So that, again, if one particular part of the ordinance is unenforceable, invalid, unconstitutional, the remaining portions of the ordinance still stand.
Okay. Further comments, questions? Okay, so we still could vote to completely repeal the ordinance, and that would make the lawsuit go away, and then we would revert back to the former campaign finance ordinance.
That is the second attachment in the backup that starts on page 540 of your packet.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Hill.
May I ask a question? Thank you. What would that look like on the staff side if council were to just repeal the whole thing, which I don't support? What would that look like on the staff side? Because I imagine that would be a lot of work to get everyone who's currently running to kind of revert back to a previous version and previous requirements. And then also, does that open us up to any liability for changing the standards of an election and candidate process in the middle of an election, particularly when we're already operating under a charter violation as a council? There's just a lot of questions I have around staff time, and I know fiscal conservatism is very important. And so to be responsible with that, how much money are we looking at having to spend to do that? Because I support the compromise. The person who brought the lawsuit supports the compromise. Why throw the whole thing out when only portions of it were considered unconstitutional, which, as Rachel just explained, is severable from the rest of the ordinance. So I guess, what does that do for staff and candidates?
I'd like to answer that.
I'm not sure if you wanted the city clerk's office to answer or city attorney's office.
Let's
either or both.
Okay.
So we did not have a fiscal note prepared for that second option, that ordinance that starts towards the back of the packet on page 540. But certainly the work that Katie, the city clerk's office, and our office did together to prepare the FAQs and provide resources to the candidates for the November 2nd election. That would all need to be updated, of course, if it was repealed and the old ordinance were reenacted. And then, Katie, what other additional things can you think of off the top of your head?
Yes, we would need to work with the IT department to redo the campaign finance reports that were updated to be in compliance with the new ordinance. So we would need to work with IT to get all of that changed and reverted back, do testing with them, and then probably do another candidate training to let them know what the new requirements are. So that those are the most basic things that we would need to do to make changes to revert back to the old ordinance.
So it would not be more restrictive, though. It would be actually less restrictive. So in terms of candidates, they wouldn't have to refund money or anything like that. Rachel?
I just haven't performed that analysis, Mayor Pro Tem. I generally think that you're right because, there's no contribution limits. And I believe there's less reporting, but it's late at night and I have not performed that specific analysis. So generally, I think what you've said is correct. I just have not done that analysis.
No, I understand. Other comments or questions?
Mayor Pro Tem. So by the calendar that we saw for Councilman Gruber's ordinance, this ordinance, this repeal and replace would have to go into effect no sooner than October 16th, and then staff would have to redo all of that stuff between October 16th and November 2nd. Is that how that would work?
Exactly. So that same calendar that you just walked through with the charter amendment that my colleague Jack Bajorek just walked you through, the same would be true for this ordinance. Either direction, whether you do the first or the second option, again, it would be first reading on August 23rd, and then the subsequent dates that Jack laid out earlier.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Dave Gruber.
Was that Berzin's first and then Gruber?
Yeah, it was. Couldn't we put this will take effect November 3rd or January 1st or December 1st? It doesn't have to be bam, bam, bam. The first available. I mean, we could get through this election cycle and then do it. But honestly, now we're thinking of poor Katie's office after this horrendous 20, however many page new campaign finance was put into place. And then another huge rule was put into place. I mean, who was thinking of city clerk's office at that time? Now all of a sudden everybody's thinking, oh, poor Katie. I said that a long time ago. But to get back to my original statement, we wouldn't have to do it immediately. It could be effective November 3rd or whatever the December, isn't there a December campaign posting? We could do it after that.
There's a December 5th, 2021 with the current campaign finance right now, October 20th.
Okay, so it could be effective December 6th. I mean, there are ways you can do that.
Councilmember Gruber?
So I think there might be an issue there, and one of them is the fact that the mayor's lawsuit specifically asked for some relief on some of the issues that are in the current one. So those issues would have to be addressed immediately in order to comply with the lawsuit. Again, there's an injunction against the city that's been imposed by a judge because the judge thought there was a high probability that the existing ordinance is unconstitutional. So again, my thought is that, well, one, I'm disappointed in staff in that council specifically directed at our last meeting to consider this option, and the fact that there hasn't been work done to identify the financial impact of this option, but there was work done to discuss the financial option to the other option. I'm not very pleased with that. And then the second thing, again, is that we're making things less strenuous than more strenuous. And the fact that if it doesn't take place until October, there's still a month and a half to tell the candidates that a change is coming, to instruct the candidates, and then when that date actually occurs, then to execute the new or the revised law that we had before.
Just real quick, a question for Rachel. So if that was the course that was taken, the injunction is still there. So those parts that are being disputed still stand, correct? That there's an injunction on those.
Yes, so we are enjoined from enforcing certain provisions of the ordinance at the judge's order. The remaining portions of the ordinance are still applicable and are still enforceable.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
Just one more point on this, because I think we're going to have, we'll see how the vote goes, but we may not have 6 votes to go either way. And I think that if we don't have the 6 votes to go either way, the lawsuit will continue. And as we've discussed tonight, there are sections of the existing ordinance that are unconstitutional. So the lawsuit will continue. The city will continue to pay for that lawsuit. The city will lose the lawsuit because if it's an unconstitutional law. And then council, people will ask council, what did you do? Why did you let the city get sued? And why didn't you solve the problem?
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Marie.
I mean, I had my hand raised, but I didn't actually say it was Councilmember Hiltz. I'll let Councilmember Hiltz go and I can go after.
Either way. Well, I was going to say the same could be true on the flip side. We have a lawsuit. We have the person who brought the legal challenge to the lawsuit. We have a compromise that is acceptable to that challenger. And to vote for anything other than that would simply be a political maneuver because you didn't like something that got passed. And so that ordinance, that campaign fine ordinance, which by the way has campaign contribution limits, is unpopular with some people. And so this is just another attempt to, leverage that for political gain. Because if this was really about doing what was right, from a fiscal standpoint, or doing what was right from a potential lawsuit liability standpoint, it would be to do what's necessary to end the lawsuit, which is a compromise that has been offered and vocally supported by the mayor earlier tonight. So I don't understand how we can pretend like this is a choice and people are going to ask council what they did. We have a solution. It's being handed to us. We can either take the solution or we can turn this into political fodder because we didn't like something that was passed last year and waste a bunch of money and a bunch of time. Those are the two choices.
Okay, Mario.
Go ahead. Thank you. I don't know if I heard an answer to, I think it was Councilmember Hiltz's question around potential liability and changing the campaign finance rules kind of mid-election or just before the election, because I guess it's closer to the election than not.
Do we have an answer?
I'm happy to kind of think out loud on that one. I don't really see that there would be a cause of action by a candidate who, let's say, reported under the ordinance 2020-58. And if we then changed it, they would then, report under whatever changes were enacted. I don't know that they would have a cause of action because they relied upon the 2020-58 ordinance. Does that make sense? And so I can't think what that cause of action would be.
Okay, so maybe it's less of a legal issue as opposed to an ethical one, right? Like we'd be opening the floodgates right before an election to unlimited campaign contributions. So yeah, I guess it's less of a legal question than an ethical, moral question about how we're going to move forward in this next election.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is that Councilmember Gardner?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I'm conflicted on this, and I think where I land is I don't support either option. You know, while I appreciate the work or the opinions that the outside counsel has given us recently, you know, I was given the same assurances when we voted on this last year. Nobody from the city attorney's office spoke up. Outside counsel that was part of drafting that ordinance didn't speak up. And so while I appreciate, you know, the opinion that we're getting today, my preference would be to see a judge rule on the validity or the constitutionality of the provisions in question, and then make changes to our ordinance once we have that ruling happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Gardner. Any further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reemphasize that the counsel that we have currently retained for this matter, forgive me if I understate your credentials, Mark, but is probably one of the foremost experts on this subject in the entire nation, and at the very least in the state of Colorado. Nothing against Common Cause. They do great work in the state of Colorado as well. As I mentioned before, they're the ones that helped draft our county commission, state house, state senate, and gubernatorial. I might be missing some other campaign finance rules. Obviously, a judge disagreed with what they proposed for the city of Aurora, but I think that the advice we are getting from Mr. Griskin is sound. And again, there is agreement between the mayor's council and our special counsel here. So I would strongly urge a yes vote so that we can put this matter to rest and save the city ongoing expenses. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
But that's my point. That's the same thing I was told last year. I was told Common Cause, or they're experts, they know what they're doing. And even now our city attorney's office seems convinced that this new version of the ordinance wouldn't have any constitutional violations, but I didn't see them speaking up last year. And so my point is that all we're hearing are a bunch of opinions. And last year I heard the opinion that Colorado Common Cause or whatever, they're the experts, they know what they're doing. I was given all these credentials. You know, it's going to be airtight. Well, it isn't apparently. And so while I'm not questioning the credentials of Mr. Gruskin at all, you know, he's obviously very well qualified. Again, it's still one opinion, and we were given an opinion last year by a group that supposedly had airtight credentials at the time, and they were wrong also. So that doesn't really jive with me very well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor.
Just to defer to council that our council does not opine on the Constitution. I mean, our legal counsel does, our in-house legal counsel, the city attorney's office. If I could hear from the city attorney's office on this, as a matter of practice, do not opine on the constitutionality of proposed ordinances brought forward by members of council. Could somebody from the city attorney's office comment on that?
Yes, Mayor, that is accurate in terms of our participation in the drafting of Ordinance 2020-58.
Thank you.
Mayor, actually, I have drafted ordinances in my past 6 years of being on council, and I have had advice from our attorneys on the constitutionality of provisions that I wanted to put in an ordinance. One of them was the ticketed picketing ordinance that I proposed to council. And so I did get that actual legal opinion from our internal attorneys as to whether I should put a particular provision in there or not. So they do that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Occasionally. Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I want to second that. Last year, I prepared my own version of a campaign finance ordinance. that banned corporate contributions. And I was prepared a memo by the city attorney's office telling me that that would violate Citizens United Supreme Court decision. So I was given advice that it would be unconstitutional.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I've also had a similar experience with other ordinances. So.
Oh, they do not, but that's if you request it. If I'm correct in that, but they do not opine to the committee as the council as a whole, because I asked the questions during the debate on it, and they would not state an opinion on as to the constitutionality of it.
Maybe I think that might be because that was your lawsuit, but I have that experience on 2 ordinances where I was given advice on constitutionality. Whether I should even go forward with particular provisions. Councilmember Marcano, then Councilmember Coombs.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. I have been given unsolicited advice about constitutionality. It's the city attorney's duty, their office's duty, to protect the city to the best of their ability. And I think part of the issue is just that campaign finance is an exceptionally complicated subject. And frankly, judges seem to have very different opinions depending on what district you are in. Some of the items that were found unacceptable by our county court or district court are perfectly fine on the East Coast. So, you know, that's where those some of those items came from. So just wanted to throw that out there. I think kind of to Councilmember Gardner's point, what really matters is the judge's ruling at the end of the day. But this is just a large and complicated issue. So that's probably why we didn't get a red flag from our city attorney's office.
Councilmember
Mayor Pro Tem.
So not to beat a dead horse, but I could certainly provide you with numerous emails and memos where I received unsolicited advice about potential constitutional conflicts of things that I asked staff to draft ordinances on. So I think it's not just about whether you ask or not.
Was this drafted by, I don't believe that this was drafted by the city attorney's office. I think it was handed to him.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, are you going to be acknowledging speakers?
Yeah, I'm trying. I thought I heard Councilmember Hiltz, possibly?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess if neither of these proposals pass, what does that mean for candidates moving forward? Does that mean that the injunction remains on those components and the rest of the campaign finance ordinance stays in place until that goes to a judge, which, you know, could be at any time before or after the election, which I imagine that would make that the outcome in the short term is the same as accepting the compromise. The difference is that rather than us accepting it, we're getting a judge to tell us if it's okay. Do I have that correct in terms of?
I believe that's an accurate,
moving forward. Okay.
That's an accurate reflection of what we would have moving forward. Mark, do you have anything to add?
No, I think the preliminary injunction will stay in effect. It will stay in effect through the date of the trial on the merits, which is scheduled for April of 2022. So, you know, effectively the ordinance has been, if you will, amended by judicial decree for purposes of the 2021 election. The question is just whether or not the council is going to act in order to avoid a trial on the merits and the expense that is associated with going to trial.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Gruber.
So if I could ask, much of what we are discussing now, we discussed in executive session, and my understanding is that since we are not in executive session and discussing it openly now, we can refer back to things that we discussed in exec session. One of those things, going back a couple of meetings, was the option of repeal and revert back to the original, or not the original, but the previous one we had negotiated 3 years ago. That was, so at the last meeting, we specifically directed, but at the meeting before then, we had talked about this as an option. I just wanted to make sure that option was presented to the other side at the same time that they presented the modification option. So did they have both options on the table, or did they just see one or the other?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. When you say the other side, are you talking about the other side of the litigation?
The mayor's legal team.
But the answer is they have had the advantage of reviewing both options and indicating that both options would moot out their lawsuit.
Sorry, both options would?
Moot out the lawsuit, basically make it go away.
No, I understand the word. I couldn't hear you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Other comments or questions? Okay, so it's my
understanding. Just quickly, if I could.
Oh, Mayor, go ahead.
During the debate of this ordinance, and I supported the campaign finance limitations. Largely, they were in the proposal that I put forward. I think the only difference was that ward candidates were limited to 400, and I had them at 500. I had the at large at 1,000, and the bill came out. The ordinance came out 1,000. So the parts that I disagreed with were stripped from the bill. In addition, I think there was an improvement made at the one part that we differed on was the requirement to have the names of 3 of the largest individual donors on every single ad when they would be reported anyway for the IE, and we replaced that with more reporting. And so I think there was a fair compromise on that part. So I would, okay.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Gruber, when he's saying repeal and revert back to the ordinance that was in place, I think he's referring to the ordinance that Councilmember Johnston and Councilmember Richardson proposed and was passed unanimously by the council. Not your version.
Right. So my question was specifically, was that option presented to the mayor's attorneys with the understanding that either option or both options would come up to council for a vote? And I guess maybe I need to ask the mayor if
no, I don't recall a discussion on. I think there was one. If you go back to the prior, I think it was a study session. Was it a study session or the regular meeting? I can't remember where where I expressly stated that, okay, there was a compromise that I disagreed, that was put forward by Councilmember McConnell. And I said that I disagreed with one provision on that. And it was that provision that was subject to negotiation to find an agreement. And an agreement was found on that singular provision under McConnell's last revision.
If I could
clarify.
I don't think I'm making myself clear.
Right.
Well,
please.
That's what I supported, and that's what I signed off on. Period.
Okay. So real quick, I think what I'm hearing is that Mr. Bruskin maybe could answer. Was that option that Councilmember Gruber is talking about, was that presented to Mayor Kaufman's attorney as an option? And Councilmember Gruber, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, let me again clarify. We discussed an executive session. This is after the lawsuit occurred, and after the lawsuit occurred, none of us were allowed to talk to the mayor. During executive session, council had a debate, and during that debate, we talked about 2 ways forward. One way forward was modifying the existing law to deal with the unconstitutional parts. Another option was to simply go back to the previous law and use that one instead. So the question, were both of those 2 options introduced to the mayor? So this has nothing to do with the mayor's draft ordinance. That one's off the table. but going back to the ordinance that we had prior to this whole issue coming up.
No, we did not discuss that. We discussed what I mentioned. When there was no discussion about let's repeal the entire thing.
So given the fact that our attorney did not share the council's options with your attorneys, I think I've got a problem with that, because I think that that would have been the simpler answer right off the bat, and then we could have ended this much earlier than we have.
I have a question for Mr. Gruskin. I remember Councilmember Gruber asking you to please, you know, to have that option presented to the opposing council. So you didn't. It didn't sound like.
I did.
You did, okay.
Let me just, it seems to me that you all have been at this a lot longer tonight than I have. Let me make very clear. After the executive session where that issue was posed, it was clear to me that my direction was to do two things. Make sure that the proposed amendments would resolve the lawsuit, and secondly, make sure that the repeal and replace option would resolve the lawsuit. I presented both options to the mayor's council. The mayor's council, I have no idea what conversations he had. I imagine he's ethical. I'm sure he had conversations with his client, but he related to me that both options would make the lawsuit.
Sure. And if I could, Madam Chairman, I mean, I would not have supported under any circumstances. It just doesn't matter, because I would not have supported the option of repealing the entire thing. Period. You know, we focused on the area of disagreement, and that I made clear in the previous debate. That was the focus. We came to an agreement over that narrow area of disagreement. And that's what I support, and that's what I support today. And I don't support repealing the whole thing.
Okay, there are some council members that do. Any other discussion?
Sure.
No? Okay, so we are to vote on, I guess, two different options. Option, which is A, the amendment.
So Mayor Pro Tem, if you would just see if there are objections to moving the two attachments forward, please.
Thank you. Are there objections to moving the amendment forward, the attachment?
Gardner.
Persons. And Bergen. So that's 4. And that leaves 5 that did not object. So that fails. That fails.
That moves forward.
I'm sorry.
That moves forward.
Oh, wait a minute.
We're calling for objections. Yes, it's 5 to 5. Okay, 4 objections. So yeah.
Okay, I thought you needed 6 to move it forward. Sorry.
That's only on second
Mayor
reading.
Pro Tem, you don't need that. You're at study session.
Oh, right. I forgot. I'm thinking I'm in the council meeting.
Right. So the answer is
it's late.
It will move forward to the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry.
And both versions will move forward to the next council.
Right. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
Can I ask a question of the city attorney?
Oh, God.
Thanks, Mayor. I just
never end. You never end. You can do it tomorrow. God bless. Go ahead.
It's almost midnight. We're not there yet.
Go ahead.
Hey, it's your lawsuit.
So city attorney, so when we get to the floor, if the mayor does not vote to create a tie, then 5 is the majority of the remaining council members on this issue. Is that correct, or do we still have to have 6 even though we're short a person?
You're short a person, but you'll still have 10 members of council. Yes, the mayor doesn't vote, but you'll have 10 members of council, so you need 6.
Right.
Okay, can we just
You always
get
need
more
6.
clarification about that, because the mayor doesn't vote on ordinances except for the guide.
Actually, Rachel provided us a memo, I think a week or two ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, that showed the what the process is for how many votes you need.
And we'll resend that. We'll make sure it addresses this, and we'll resend that memo with the packet.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to return the gavel to the mayor.
Adjourned. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. There is no further business before the council.
It's still Monday.
Mm-hmm.